Hello, hello. Um, Welcome to my YouTube channel. This is Ingrid Hernandez. I am a Sub 2 member, Owners Club member, and this past week, you may have been a part of the No One Left Behind challenge, which is a challenge that Pace Morby does in his community Sub 2. And I'm a part of Sub 2 and part of that. Part of this challenge is to prove that there's a lot of deals to still be had out there, reaching out to agents. It's technically a direct to agent approach. And we had so many leads that a lot of the people who were in town working with myself and Pace and Jamil and Kyle, if you guys were there, they're like, well, what do we do with all these extra leads? What, are we just supposed to go home now? And so what I did was I opened up my calendar today and Monday. So I might do this Monday. I'm not sure yet. I'm experimenting, if you will. And I'm just going live. So I am talking about what I do. Excuse me, not what I do. I will be reaching out to agents and talking to them about what we do to help them get their property sold, and going through that process using an amazing CRM called Blast CRM by Myron Briley, who actually was the instigator of this cool challenge to begin with. He has a really cool tool called LOI Blaster. And that is what we use to actually reach out to agents and start setting up appointments. So if you guys are on Instagram, come to YouTube. If time allows it, I have a very, very booked day, but if time allows it, I may actually send the link out there and have you come back onto the platform. So here on YouTube, so that you can ask all the questions that you have. So part of this is for practice, even for myself. I have been a buyer for so long that reaching out to agents is good practice for me because I haven't necessarily been in that day-to-day. As we pivot in this market, I'm actually focusing more on agent outreach now and trying to gain opportunities that way. As you may know, and I actually just reposted it on my Instagram, Jamil Damji, he just posted about how 70% of agents in Arizona last year didn't have one transaction. So everyone is pivoting. Anyway, so because of that, that includes me. I've been fixing and flipping, and I am somewhat pivoting now to see if I can focus on my rental portfolio and potentially finding good fix and flip deals for a lot of investors that I do work with, like Pace, like Jamil, like Kyle, all three who were in the room with me this week calling agents. So I've got my cafecito, wife, mom, boss. I forgot that this was this. So yeah, hey Yerzen, I see you on Instagram. Come on over to YouTube. It's really, really hard to interact on with Instagram here. So it's so much better if you guys are on YouTube instead. So anyways, as you have questions, put them on the comments. I will be able to see them. So don't be afraid to ask, because I'll be able to see your comments. Like Land Contract Mike just posted, Ingrid. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's exciting. But again, the No One Left Behind challenge, as you guys know, like our collective communities, because there's 4 of them, I think we have 27,000 people or something like that. ROI Architect here, been glued to recent No One Left Behind calls. So good. I mean, you guys may have missed the creeper call that I made. Like, I had to work my way through that. My goodness. I'm like, should I send that to the real estate department of New Mexico? Because I wonder if that agent harasses more women that call him. I have no idea. That I had a very, very strange call today. Or not today, excuse me, earlier this week. And it's something that we've been like, should I do something about it? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth like the hassle. But we had a lot of amazing calls. You may have seen the call with Jamil, who is really, really genuinely trying to help a seller out in North Phoenix who has fallen on some hard times, and really heartbreaking hard times. And so we want to help her. And that is why God has given us the ability to do this work, is because if you're really doing it for the sellers, if you're really doing it to serve, there's always, always ways to help. Hey, Adriana, I'm excited for you. Hopefully, I believe, yeah, hopefully things work out with the assisted living stuff. But yes, Jolene, yes, all good stuff. Okay, guys, so we have a 10 o'clock call. No One Left Behind is dope, Yerzan. Again, I didn't see your text for a while or your message because it's on Instagram. You should be on YouTube if you're going to watch this. But okay, and just because I have to, don't forget to like and subscribe, whether it's here or my Instagram. My Instagram handle is down here. I do go live with certain things with the podcast on Wednesdays. So I'm happy to provide as much value as I can in hopes that we do deals together, guys. So I'm happy to help you with your deals. If there's an exchange of an opportunity there, that's amazing. So, okay, so let's call our first agent at 10 o'clock today. I have to call Cindy about a property in Rio Verde. And interesting. Let's see. Okay. I'm getting extra info because I was able to actually get the notes on this. So let's see. Not going to lie. This is a newer system for me. I just started using Myron's Blast CRM to get organized around all of these follow-up activities. And so I'm trying to figure out what's the fastest and best way for me to get everybody's information. Plus, also pay attention. So I'm momming it today, guys. I got like 20 things going on. So let's see, the last two, No One Left Behind. You have schooled those guys on the phone. I love watching you work. Oh, thank you. This is what land contract said. Land contract, Mike. Already stolen and used a bunch of your tricks. Yeah, it's really fun to get these one-liners that like people are able to take away from what we've been able to put together. So yeah, absolutely, for sure. Okay, guys, I'm struggling a little bit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm trying to get to where is the phone number so I can call her and make this easy on myself. But I also didn't restart my computer or restart any apps this morning. So that's probably on me too. Okay, here we go. I got it. Let's see here. All right. We are calling Cindy.
Hello, this is Cindy.
Hi, Cindy. This is Ingrid. I'm calling about your property in Rio Verde. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's a good Friday. Why not? Although I did have to remember it's Friday, not Saturday. Like I'm already like one day advanced.
There you go.
Yeah.
So how can I help you?
Yeah, I had one of my team members set up this call with you today to talk about your property on Rio Verde. They were talking that your seller actually purchased it not too long ago.
That's correct.
That they don't want to stay. You have it listed relatively low, and you're just trying to see what kind of potential alternatives there are if the normal market won't serve. So I'm just trying to see how I might be able to help accomplish that.
Okay, what is your intent?
Well, what's interesting, I actually just sold a horse property near Rio Verde, like right next to it, right? Because like Scottsdale kind of butts to it. That North Scottsdale.
There are a lot of them here.
Yes. And it's such a beautiful area. A lot of nice places to go. What do you call it? Go horseback riding, go take your ATVs, all that good stuff. And so usually what I do is I look to see whether or not there's potential there for me to buy it either with cash or creative. And then seeing what maybe the market will bear in terms of like a short-term rental, especially in this kind of unique area. And if not, almost like what I did with the house that I sold next to it in that North Scottsdale area, is we got a homestead buyer, like somebody who just wanted to live there, have her horses there, have her family there. I think they're even putting a pool in. And we were able to sell it to her on creative terms. So what I did is I just facilitated that creative term scenario, because we work with a lot of lawyers here in Arizona who do like the wraparound documents and all of that, so that everybody walks away kind of happy, you know? So yeah, those are the types of ways that I can help with a transaction like this. And I mean, this house is gorgeous. So
Yeah, it was decorated by a designer, so all the furniture, everything is included. And I will tell you that in our area, the minimum rental is 1 month. You can't go less than that.
Okay, that's good to know.
And but we don't have a lot of rentals, and we do have quite a few people asking for rentals, but we don't have them. So you know, but and we've even proposed that to our seller. Would you like us to try to rent it? She said, no, I just want out. I just want to sell it.
Oh,
and
okay.
So she did not want to rent. And anyway.
Well, you're a good agent, because I was just about to ask, have you suggested, but you beat me to the punch. You're good at your job, so that makes sense.
You do it long enough, you kind of think of everything.
Yeah.
As far as whether or not she would take seller financing, I don't know. You'd have to do an actual purchase contract that we could provide her with, and you know, give her terms, find out how much down. I don't know whether she would do that.
That's all absolutely fair. And you know, do you know what her next? Well, you said it's been decorated, so I'm assuming she's no longer living in the residence.
She is not.
Oh, okay, so she's already somewhat moved on. She doesn't want to rent it.
She has many properties.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, but this was supposed to just be a little vacation home for her, you know, come down and enjoy it. But she's been so busy, she just hasn't utilized it.
Okay, that makes sense. So she's kind of just trying to like downsize some of our portfolio where it doesn't make sense for her anymore. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. And you said you're not sure if she would take seller finance. Do you know if it's a free and clear property?
I don't believe it is. I think she got a mortgage on it.
Okay. Any information of like maybe her loan and interest rate? Because something I've been doing the last 3 or 4 years, because you know we had historical low rates. I've just been able to take over existing mortgages, like 2.75. I did have a 2.25 in Texas, but I recently.
I don't know. I certainly could ask her, but I do not know what in her mind, she wants to sell it outright. That's what she really wants to do.
Of course.
But you know, I mean, obviously if you came in and you know, bought her out, I want to say that she said that she put something like $350,000 down. But
it looks like it. I just pulled her tax records up real quick. It looks like she bought it for 1.2, put $304,000 down, and took a mortgage at 896. Now I'm an investor. I'm an agent too, but I focus on investing. And it looks like she got her loan right before the bottom fell for us in 2022. I always say the summer of 2022, when everything went wacko, because that's when interest rates unprecedentedly, you know, went high. But it looks like she hit it right before. So she might have like something in the threes. Yeah, if I had to try to pull a genie out of this one. But yeah. Okay. So with that in mind, because it was in April, I think she probably has a great rate. Let me go back to, I have a few buyers, because I appreciate you telling me that this is only a 30-day stay or more. What I'll do, I have that one buyer, I sold her that horse property just down the way from this house. What I'll also do is I have a couple of other buyers in my long list of creative finance buyers. I have some folks that are like business owners, they can't qualify for a normal mortgage, but they're making really great income. And we can also show you that verifiable income information as well. What I'll see is if maybe they're interested in this property, and see what we can get to her. And that way she can consider. I mean, if she hasn't received a good offer yet, I want to at least arm you with some sort of feedback you can give her to say, hey, here's what we've received. Here's what your great rate could do. Here's how you would be protected, with a deed of trust and promissory note, and all the things that allow for creative finance to happen. So does that sound like a good plan?
Yeah, that's fine. When you do this, though, I don't want to do things verbally.
Of course.
My broker really frowns on this. When we got the letter of intent, it was like, why can't they just do a purchase contract? I said, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, so, I can tell you why. And this has become more and more popular. And in our industry, things change all the time. It's my understanding now, people just pull data. That includes myself. We pull data and we just look for opportunities based on what the data is telling us, right? So it's easier to send off these LOIs that are based on, more like math formulas. And then what we do is then do the people outreach, which you were impacted by, to see did the math meet the people so that we can actually talk about putting a deal together.
Okay.
But that's
so
really what it works.
My next question to you is that, if you can pull the numbers together and you have an appropriate buyer, will you then submit an actual purchase contract?
1,000%, of course.
Okay, great. Okay, super. Is there any other information you need?
This isn't an HOA, is it not?
It is. And one thing that you need to know, it's in a 55 and older community.
Okay, thank you.
But what that means here is that 80% of the residents have to have one person 55 years or older. 20% can be younger. But the thing is, you cannot have children under the age of 18 living in the property.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay. I will have to do a little bit of math and make some assumptions about what her monthly mortgage is if you don't have it. So that is something that we would have to kind of work with you through. But otherwise, I think I can maybe send something off for sure. And is Rio Verde the area that you focus on?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I live here.
Oh, that's you're lucky. I live in Chandler. So I wish I could be over there closer to those mountains and all the beautiful landscape.
Unbelievable. And the whole area, it's just it's a very heavenly area. It's very common that buyers have owned 2, 3, 4 properties within Tonto Verde because they buy a townhouse and then they get bigger and they buy a house and then they buy a bigger house. Then they get older and then they go back to a townhouse. I mean, it's hilarious. So we get a lot of multiple purchases within our community because they don't want to leave.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It's too beautiful out there.
Oh, well, it's lovely.
I'm also a fix and flipper. So I would love to help you make your area more beautiful than it already is. Obviously, we can't compete against the mountain and all of the landscape, but we can certainly try to make these houses look nicer. If you have anything in like a distressed or original condition, I'm happy to maybe work with you to see how we can fix those houses up and make them look, even more beautiful so that people can keep on coming down to Rio Verde.
Yeah. Very nice. All right. Good enough. I don't get a lot of those, but that's beside the point.
Sure. No problem. Well, I've had a couple of probate scenarios out there.
Get something else from you.
Okay. That sounds good. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey-oh, what'd you guys think? I didn't realize it was a 55 plus community. That's good to know. I wonder if their filter was on there. ROI Architect, LOI Blaster is available for anyone. So you do not have to be in sub 2 to get LOI Blaster. So there we go. Joseph, good job. Thank you, Joseph. Colombe, I believe is how you say your last name. By the way, guys, since 17 of you are on here, I'm sure most of you are from the No One Left Behind Challenge, likely. Know that here in Arizona, we're having an event today at 5 o'clock at Spaces at the Galleria. We are going to be talking about the no bank loan homes. So just like I was talking to Cindy right now, what happens is there's homes that are available, but they just don't pencil out for investors. However, it's still a great rate for somebody who wants to own a home and live there with their family. So if you can, I highly recommend that is to come see us so that you can kind of better learn what that's about. Sorry, I'm doing a couple of things at once. I know I'm live on Facebook, and Facebook doesn't post my comments, so I'm going to go post the event information in there right now. So who are people here coming tonight for the event at 5 o'clock? Is that Miguelito? That's Miguelito. Hola, Miguelito. And this is my cafecito that my husband made me because he's amazing. All right, guys. So I am going to make my next call. Let's see here. What do I think about litigation against wholesalers in Arizona? On my way to the courthouse to put in the memorandum. Well, Yerzen, I think that the guys who finally got this lawsuit against them should have gotten this lawsuit against them years ago. So what do I think about that specific lawsuit? I think that those wholesalers deserve, everybody's, not guilty until proven, or everybody's innocent until proven guilty, but they had a reputation in Arizona for doing things below the belt. However, even those things, because they were able to act in a nefarious way for so long, it likely means we're going to see more regulation. So when people tell me, should I get a real estate license? I always say yes. Obviously, Pace and Jamil don't feel they need to have a real estate license. And I understand that too. They've already cultivated their network. One of them, their wife, is an agent, so he can leverage that. So I would say as long as you have the ability to leverage really strong partnerships with somebody who has a license, then you're okay. If you don't, you may need to consider getting one. So great call. Love how you explained the data part to her. She sounds like, and I don't know what else Jordan McCoy's. Most agents that receive many LOIs that don't understand why they get them. Here's the funny part is that my previous career was in data. And so most of our marketing campaigns, everything that we were doing for our, at one point, a $33 billion company. And then the next one I went to, which was a $6 billion company, like they all use data to leverage and get more clients. So when we hear some agents say I'm referral based only, that's supposed to be a sign of amazing work, which, by the way, it still is. Somebody who gets all their business by referral, that really means they're probably a high integrity, a high performing agent. However, with this kind of market that shifts and changes on us, if you're not a data-driven agent, you're going to get left behind at some point. If 70% of agents didn't have one contract last year, you're going to eventually get left behind for sure. Myron CRM is called Blast CRM. You can actually see the link in I asked my integrator, Bobby, real quick, like, hey, can you give me the link for the Blast CRM so that if people want to use it, they can. And yeah, you can't be doing sellers dirty. They were doing things like putting memorandums on properties with offers that made 0 cents for that property, and doing things really super dirty, like totally. And so, but again, if they could do it, it means anybody could do it. So it might require more regulation. And I'm kind of technically for it. Like, let's get more regulation. Let's make sure that people are acting right, because our goal is to protect the consumers. So Bobby Souza is killing it, right? Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, Miguelito, because again, I have to pivot in this market too. I've been fixing and flipping, and it's, not working out as well as I'd like to. So as a result of that, I have to think about, how do I make sure I'm able to pivot? And the reality is that the No One Left Behind challenge structure, basically setting up a direct to agent model, is a really strong one. So it's worthy of considering it as my normal business endeavor. So here we go. Okay, my next meeting is at 10, and then the next one is at 10:20 with Karen. Again, guys, I am learning also how to work this CRM because I'm used to spreadsheets, right? So nobody's fault. It's just the way it is. All right. It's working through initializing and opening. Ándale, ándale, arriba, arriba. I am waiting to see about this pulling up. While that's pulling up, see if I have any other questions from you guys. Yeah, Trisha in the house. What's up? Oh my gosh, Trisha, you know what I'm realizing is that I'm like, oh, wait a second. I'm doing this without an operator. So I'm probably going to have to come back to this recording. So like need to underwrite and send an offer. Will present a creative deal. Agent does not know what the underlying terms are, though. It is a 55 plus community and only MTR, LTR allowed. Must be 30 days or more. Okay. Ooh. I think I put it in the wrong place. I think, oh gosh, where's my notes? Internal comment. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. Guys, you're doing this as I'm doing this on this WhatsApp, or not WhatsApp, this because it says SMS WhatsApp. This CRM. Okay, fantastic. All right, fantastic. Woohoo! Now everybody can see my notes. Okay. You were thinking the same thing, Trisha? I know. I'm like, okay. I was also thinking, I don't have an operator, so what do? I better just record everything so that nothing gets left behind. No operator left behind either. Okay, that's not the one I'm looking for. Okay, we got a call. Ooh, just down the street from me. Why does it keep opening this one? Bruh. Sorry. This is what happens when you only have one person up here, and that's me trying to make these calls. Oh, okay. Wait, what happened to my calls? I know I was pretty booked this morning. What is happening? Okay. Hold on, guys. I swear I had like a fully booked day with none of these big gaps that I'm now seeing. So, by the way, if you guys have questions, you guys think, let's see if look, I'm an agent. Let's see if I answer my phone. This is Ingrid.
Hey, Ingrid. My name is Brian. We have a mutual friend. His name is Ryan LaRue.
Yeah, Ryan LaRue. I love Ryan LaRue.
Awesome. Yeah, he's the one that gave me your contact information. Because I'm working a a deal in Fort Lauderdale right now.
Okay, Fort
And
Lauderdale.
he told me, yeah, he told me that you're the lady with the plan.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, so it's like a sub-2 situation
Mm-hmm.
with the seller. I had a question about grants, because there's a grant on the property.
Okay.
The seller deceased. I could send you kind of
What kind of like what the information is? Okay.
yeah.
Well, here
I don't know how busy you are, but I wanted to forward you something to have you take a look at it.
Sure. How about this?
Yeah, so,
text it to me. I am a little busy. I actually have to make another phone call right now. But my good friend Bobby, he's one of my partners, and he actually has his business is out of Florida. So I feel like that might be a little helpful, getting you more connected to the people who are actually in the location of the property. So how about I make that connection if you want to text me, and then maybe we can work out the deal that way. Okay.
Awesome. Yeah,
cool.
I'm based out of Arizona. I stay in Scottsdale, but
oh, are you?
I buy properties in Florida all the time. That's where I've been.
Oh, baller. Okay, cool.
Not really. It's just there's boots on the ground out there.
No doubt, no doubt. Hey, I'm actually having an event tonight in Scottsdale. At the Spaces at the Galleria. Do you know where that is?
Spaces in the Galleria. Yeah, I do.
Cool. Well, we start at 5, and we're actually talking to people about how we can sell properties through creative finance. So kind of like the way that you're trying to lock this up, and working through that.
Awesome. Yeah, this one I'm trying to keep it in the portfolio, but yeah, I love that.
Okay, cool. Well, come on down then. I'll text me back that address. I'll connect you with Bobby and see how we can help you. If there is a grant, it's been my understanding it's best to pay those off, or if, like, let's say there's the housing of urban development, for example, if they put like a DPA against the house, usually you want to clear those because that's like government money. It's not necessarily like the typical mortgage secondary market sort of funding. So if that was the question, that would be my quick and easy answer. But there's all kinds of ways to work through these creatively.
Right. Yeah. I just wanted to pick someone that's an expert and has experience that's done this before. Like, I'm used to just fixing, flipping, buying a house, making it look brand new.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, you should definitely come to Spaces tonight, and we could also talk through some of the inventory we have right now.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Cool.
I'll probably swing by later.
All right. Fantastic. Thanks for calling.
Yep.
Bye-bye. And agents don't answer their phone. That's a number I've never even seen. FYI, I'd never seen. Yeah. Don't forget to invite people to come out to the showcase. Okay. I don't know what happened because that number was in my calendar and now it's been erased. So I am going to call her. Thank God for the spreadsheet backup. I also know that we have a lot of people working in like the CRM right now. So something might have happened. I'm not sure.
Hi, this is Karen.
Hey, Karen, it's Ingryd Hernandez. How are you?
I'm good.
Fantastic. Hey, one of my team members scheduled for us to talk about your property in Chandler.
Yes, I only have a couple minutes. I was trying to reschedule you for Monday, but
okay.
If it's quick, we can talk.
Yeah, let me see if I can. I am long-winded sometimes, so you could say, Ingryd, you got to stop. But it sounds like there might be some interest in doing sub-2, and you're asking what that is. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to work out because it's a contingent. We're contingent on the sellers have an offer in on another house.
Okay.
We have until Monday to provide a contract to them. Otherwise, we're going to lose out on that other house.
Oh no! Oh wait, this is kind of critical point.
Works, but,
yeah. Okay, let me give you like the like a really fast rundown. I've had situations like this before where a seller is already interested in moving to another place and they need to sell their current home. So what we have done in those scenarios is done a lease option. so that the seller can provide proof to their lender that their current mortgage will be taken care of, so that then they can qualify for their new loan. But if it needs to be in as soon as Monday, we should probably get that done this weekend.
Well, they need the funds from the house to close on the new house. So
do they need all the funds? Do they need all the funds?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what the equity position is? Like how much of the funds it is?
They don't have much equity because she purchased it in 2021. So we're going to be lucky if we get $50,000 out of it.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Here's what I know. So I buy in Chandler. I live in Chandler. I'm happy to maybe coordinate a viewing to go see it and see what condition it's in. I either can be the buyer, or I have a list of creative buyers that, for example, they're non-qualified, right? They went to a lender. The lender said, we know you make money, but unfortunately your taxes say you don't because you're a business owner. So we can't do that for you. So what I'll do is I'll work up some numbers and see what we have here and see the level of interest. And I would love to give your sellers the $50K they need to get to their next.
Well, actually, we're listed at $550 and she paid $520 for it. So she owes somewhere in the.
Well, I have her taxes. I have her taxes up. So I totally appreciate if maybe your seller hasn't shared that with you. I have her loan saying that she took out $494 in 2022.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She did.
Yeah. So I'll do my very best to work the math backwards.
Okay.
I'm just trying to see how we can maybe create a win-win here, get you paid and make sure that they have their funding for their next house. So I would love to work through this with you. I genuinely think I am your buyer for this. Okay. Because I love Chandler. I live in Chandler. I mean, this is my hood. So, okay.
Yeah.
Let me work through this deal then. And I'll let you get to your next thing. And how about I just follow up with you through text and maybe we can even meet up kind of later tomorrow. I have to go to Surprise, or unless we make it early tomorrow, but I have to go to the city of Surprise in the middle of the day, which sucks, but I gotta go.
It does. I have a 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so it would need to be somewhere either before you go to Surprise or before 5.
Okay, let's say for now 11 tomorrow, if that works.
Okay, and did you want to see the house?
Yes, I do. Again,
Okay.
I think I'm only like a mile away or not very far away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. And you're with which company again?
Well, I own my own company. It's called Total House Offer, but I'm also a licensed agent. So, I do things on the up and up, all the disclosures, all the things that your seller would need. So I'm with Real Broker.
And then what's your last name, Ingrid?
Hernandez.
And then if you do have a buyer that doesn't qualify, is that loan going to is Emily still going to be responsible for that mortgage if they don't pay?
So what we do is called a wraparound mortgage, which is very, very common here in Arizona. But we would work through that. So I have some ways to help coach your seller through that. If somebody were to, this has happened to me, so I'm not giving them any BS, right? Like I had a property I sold on a wraparound out in Buckeye. The new owner, because the new owner stopped making payments. And what I did is I just put some cash in reserves, and we can work through what a cash reserve could look like as a part of our offer if a default were to happen. But again, I think I'm interested in keeping this house. So
it's
I'm
really cute.
Yeah. I'm happy to open up my books to kind of show them that we would have the ability to pay and it's not a problem. So, okay.
Okay. All right. Well, let's, work something up and let me know.
Okay. Fantastic. I appreciate it.
Schedule something for 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Perfect. I appreciate that, Karen. Okay. I'll let you get to, and thank you so much for taking my call.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Legit, I'm a buyer for that. I already see the house. Let's go. Let's see. Leland Gabriel is asking me, Hey, Ingrid, quick question. Lease option agreement or lease purchase agreement? Okay. I didn't want to get technical, Leland. The better would be a lease purchase agreement for their seller, but it was way easier to introduce a term that we actually get taught as agents, and that's a lease option agreement. Now, the difference between a lease option agreement and a lease purchase agreement, they're essentially the same thing, except with the lease purchase, the buyer is obligated to buy, whereas in a lease option, the buyer has the ability to say, no, I no longer want to buy. Here, they're expected to perform under a lease purchase. Here, they are not expected to perform in the lease option. I hope you understand that's like the difference. Now, lenders prefer lease purchases because it creates certainty, a level of certainty, right? You never know. A buyer could lose their job or whatever, but it provides a better underwriting experience for the seller when they're looking to get their new loan if it's a lease purchase, because there's an obligation to purchase. I hope that makes sense. So she said she didn't have a lot of time. I didn't want to sit around doing too much education. So I had to take that into context when I was talking to her. And I was like, she'll know what lease option is. Let's just move with that, which is very, very similar. So thanks, Adriana. Thank you, Patty. Okay, I'm going to go back into this spreadsheet because it said that I was supposed to have a call. Somebody must have been cleaning up some stuff because I swear I put these calls in here last night. And to see that some things were taken out. So I don't know what happened here. All right, so we have a little bit of a break. Anybody need me to call their people? Hey, Caesar. Okay, you guys, Caesar is an amazing man. He's been working in my team trying to get which buyers are ready to go so that we can sell them houses on the nobankloanhomes.com. Let me put it on here. nobankloanhomes.com. By the way, thank you all for being here. Really appreciate you. Make sure if you know what your buy box is, where you're trying to do business, how you want to either help another individual or you need business, put it in the comments. I would love to see all of you kind of working together and seeing how you can put, not make babies, but make business together. So that is our website where we're listing houses that we get those option contracts, for example, that Pace talked about during the week. And we're going to do our best to showcase them to our buyers who come to our buyer showcase. We actually have a really strong buyer, hopefully. Caesar, by the way, I talked to Bryce. I smoothed things over with him. And he has a buyer in the city of Maricopa. So hopefully that works out. Pitfall to profits. I love it. You need a house. So we'll go to the No Bank Loan Homes. Where do you need a house? Tell us in the comments. And because there's a lot of people hunting for deals right now. So I'm sure we might be able to find you something. Ingrid, do you let people bird dog for you? Yeah, of course. If you guys go to my Instagram, which is the Ingrid_Hernandez. Remember, Ingrid with a Y, not Ingrid with an I. So that might be able to. HOA allowing STR. The only ones I know that are really allowing STRs that are in HOAs that I'm aware of tend to be on the outskirts. So think Queen Creek, Santan, Surprise, the city of Maricopa. Those tend to allow STRs, FYI. So that'll be a little tough. Mike stole the words. Mike stole the words? What did Mike steal? What you stealing, Mike? I don't know what's happening. Sorry, this is Bill Fisher. Oh, hi, Bill. Didn't realize you were logged under your podcast. That's okay. We still love you. Looking for Mesa, really. Okay, perfect. Yeah. So if you go to my Instagram, the very first post is the things that I would be looking for. And the very first post has 3 pictures. One is what I'm looking for, a fix and flip. The next one is a buy and hold. And then the third If you guys are fix and flippers here in the state of Arizona, or you need to like clear your portfolio and you need to put it on the market for sale, my husband and I are both real estate agents, and we would be happy to list your properties, and we do it at a discount. For the record, this is for investors. And why the difference between investors and your typical seller? Investors know what they're doing. So there's less coaching and less effort for us to help you sell your home. And usually you guys just let us do our thing, right? We'll take the pictures, we'll have videos done, we'll do some marketing, and leverage our social media following, leverage our downline in the family tree. I think our downline is like over 200 agents or something like that. So people who are like networked into us because of how they sit at Real Broker. So we leverage all of that to sell properties. And with investors, our goal is to have repeat business. So we will list things for 1% plus 500 admin fee. That admin technically pays for our TC and like pictures taken. And that's it. Now, if you're a normal run-of-the-mill seller looking to list, that will depend on like what we negotiate together. So, oh, Carlota, guys. Hey, Carlota, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for coming to the No One Left Behind challenge yesterday and hanging out with us for so long.
Oh God, I would have stayed longer had I known a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm really freaking grateful.
Really?
It's been a long time since I've actually gone out and been in like a group.
Mm-hmm.
And when I left there, I was like, man, gosh, it's been like 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been about 4 years.
Yeah.
Man, I was really, really grateful. So thank you.
My pleasure. Just okay. I do want to be transparent with you. I'm doing live calls on YouTube, and when you call, I answer. So just so you know, you're being recorded on YouTube right now.
Hi.
This is Carlota, who is the creative business seller, business broker, in Arizona, but she does deals across the nation. She's an unimaginable, amazing unicorn broker. And so I made sure that everybody in the No One Left Behind challenge that was with us also left with her contact info so that we can work some deals through her. So, all right. So Carlota, are we talking about what's happening with Deb? And I wanted to make sure you knew I was being recorded live so that nothing would be said that shouldn't have been said. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
To keep it where it needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So here's the update on her. She has, we talked last night. I sent you the message last night.
Yes.
She has a couple of things coming in. So if you're wanting in, I'm not trying to pressure you to move fast, but there's people on it already, I guess is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, I think there's just some pieces that are still missing. Like, I'll call it ticket price, Carlota. So like every time a ticket is put together, like what is that revenue it generates? Because I thought I heard 125 and that seemed low to me. So I wasn't sure what's expected every time there's a call.
Okay, so I wasn't prepared with my little cheat sheet with her financials in front of me.
Okay.
But here's the thing. Let me see if I can pull it up. I have my finance on my team. I have my finance guy, and he has my files. So let me see what I can pull up. Off the top of my head, Ingrid, I could be wrong, but I thought she was netting just under $1 million, and then like off the top of my head, I think she was netting just under $1 million.
Yeah, that was her revenue, not her net. Yeah.
Yeah. Her, I know she's taking anywhere from 7 to 14 a month in her seller ad backs. I don't have her file in front of me. Hold on.
Well, no problem. Yeah, those were just a couple of things, right? Because like I think I was asking for like what's her KPIs, like how many calls are they taking and actually doing the thing that they do, and what the cost per trip is, that sort of stuff that I don't see a lot of clarity, right? Because it was at the summary level. I just wanted to do like a step down.
Business is really intricate. So this particular logistics company is more intricate with having the 4 quadrants. She's got her call center, her dispatch, her drivers, and then maintenance. And she's the overseer of all of that. She does about 400. She does anywhere from 400 to 800 calls a month. Worst case scenario is 400, and the average is, I'm going to say, between 6 to 7.
6 and 7. Okay.
Yeah, 6 to 700. You can't predict death. This is just one of those areas. She's not able to predict death. I will tell you this, though. She just picked up another account, and they are averaging about 750 death calls a year on, that's 2022's numbers. They didn't give me 23 numbers or 24. No, that was 23 numbers. Sorry, not 24. And that's, those are like car accidents, murders, off the wall deaths, not the traditional elderly passing.
Right. Okay.
So her pricing depends on the type of call.
Yeah.
So if it takes 2 people to go out, she priced, and then depending on how many miles per load, or if it's body on board. So there's a lot of differentials, but a good general number is 150 per call.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
She just renewed her 3 contracts for 5 years.
Okay.
Just this past week. So that's a really good thing. That's a really, really good thing. She only had 2-year contracts with the hospitals. Now she has 5-year contracts with the hospitals.
Okay. Okay.
So she is getting ready to increase her rates on her next, for her mortuaries. The contract with the hospitals are already set, and she raised them just a hair, and I don't know what those are. I haven't read the contract since she signed it on Wednesday.
Okay.
With the mortuaries, she's increasing just a little bit, but she's still doing very well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will get to this quicker. So I actually have, I think I talked to you about Wes. He literally used to do this in California, but he used to do it for the county, because in California, they would not contract private transport.
Right.
And so he literally wrote all the literature of the SOPs that were required to do this work. And and literally is what retired him. So it was an interesting story when I was asking him, like, what are some of the things that I didn't ask, because I'm newer to business buying and I want to make sure I have what I need. But again, even I knew that the math, the financials I was given was still a little too high level. So he did ask, like, what's the cost per transport? What's the average, right? And that way we can see like where, and I really love that she's negotiated her 3 contracts for 5 years now, and then is trying to lift the ticket cost for the other company. If I'm not first, I think my friend Carlota taught me is to just submit to at least be a backup offer. So, I'll let God do what he has to do to get me on the right track. And if somebody is going to beat me to it, that's okay, because, I was pretty transparent that I'm newer to this, so I am going to be slow. But
And that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. I will tell you this, her company, and there's 3 others, or he might not come, but we've got 5. So, I've got her company in the middle of positioning it to be sold.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing I've been going in, and I found that I've got to start doing is business owner only thinks business owner. That's all that they think. Business owner.
Yeah.
In and out.
Mm-hmm.
So coming in with new eyes, it was, okay, where's your manuals? You got to train me. How do I chase the money?
Right.
What's next after chasing? So I broke her business down, and I'm putting together a training thing now for the person that does come in,
mm-hmm.
where they're going to concentrate their training,
mm-hmm.
what their next one is, and then where they're moving forward after that. So
mm-hmm.
I'm telling you that now, because if we come up against another one, if it's not this one, but we have another one, that's so important to me, is that whoever you put in there, which will be a manager, you know
mm-hmm.
what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They need to know the process. They need to be able to be trained the right way. So no matter what business anybody buys, you got to find a way to get your money, and then who are your customers? As long as you keep those 2 things going, the employee problems work themselves out.
Oh, I 1,000% agree. Exactly.
So I've put those books together. I'm going to tell you this now. There is another company
mm-hmm.
that is listed. We're considering taking it off the market, and we're just going to wait until May. It is a staffing agency. She did $17 million last year.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah. So she does all the electrical companies. She supplies the electricians for these large projects that are coming in.
I like it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this company is super simple. She works about, I'm going to call it 10 hours a week, she says.
Sold.
Yeah. She's selling for a reason, she just wants to move to Belize. She just says, I made mine. I got enough. I started this. It blew up on me in a good way. My goal was to start this to run it from Belize, but now I don't need to.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So she would just much rather take it and move forward. So I'm going to also send you some information on that one, because it's relatively, I would be interested in it. Does that make sense? Like putting a group together of, okay, there's, 3 or 4 of us who want to come in, we buy this, and
yeah, let's buy it together.
Does that make sense? Like I see the value in it, in that one there to do that with.
Yeah.
There's a couple of them. So because it could easily put in a manager, have it ran.
Yeah.
And then just turn around and
well, and not just that, like genuinely some of the contacts that I have, and I'm sure you have, like, this is a service they need. It's so hard to find, electricians, plumbers, like there's, and could you venture into other services, if all she's doing is electricians? So for sure.
Yeah, she could. So whoever could would. Her husband is the electrician.
Ah, okay. Mm-hmm.
Kind of just started it by, I think he got, I don't know the full backstory yet. It's not my listing.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my constituents.
Mm-hmm.
But I spoke to her recently. They want me to go in and get it set up for a resale. Like, okay, we need a manager. We need a manual. So now I know everything about her company and how to run it. So
mm-hmm.
I really think that this is another easy one. It's a woman business owner. She's the owner. She runs it. I mean, it's literally just, she's got enough clients that it's just calling and keeping them warm at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So her markup's really, really good. I'll get you the information. And do you have access to the deal room on the logistics company?
No. Uh-uh.
Okay.
Is that maybe where the gap is?
Why you don't have
Yeah.
Do you mind giving me your email real quick?
Yeah. Hang on one second.
You'll get a lot of questions from that, and then let's chit chat about them.
Yeah. And then I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So remember yesterday, Pace was like, yeah, you guys should get in front of the owners club members and see about kind of giving them like some highlights of these businesses, a lot of the pocket businesses you have, and see if we can just get them sold, you know, because it's a higher level of folks who are like, who have money, who are ready to go.
Okay.
And so he tasked me to do that with Philip Ty, who's another amazing owners club member.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I asked Philip if he was available next week, and he says he's available on Tuesday at 1:30 our time because he's on the East Coast. So I was like, Philip,
Okay.
cool. You take the East, I'll take the West, and we'll work together. Is that a time that you would be available for us to maybe Zoom?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, fantastic. So I'll send you an invite for Tuesday at 1:30 to follow up on businesses.
And that's our time, right?
That's our time. Yes. I had to remind him. He's like, oh yeah, that's 3:30 my time. I go, no, I think it's 4:30 your time. He's like, you're right, but it still worked out.
So that would be that's the 2nd of March, 1 o'clock.
The date is not that, but yes, it's on
No,
Tuesday.
that's too far. Hold on.
Yeah, I think you're thinking April.
The 25th. The 25th.
Yeah, it's next week though. Yeah.
Sorry, 1 p.m.
Yeah. So 1:30, I'll send over the Zoom.
Zoom. Okay, perfect. So I have that. I'm going to send you that email to have access on the deal room.
Okay.
Let's see. I have the awning company as well. So that one is a carryback. It has to be a carryback or cash. The MTS is a carryback, and I've got her to where she's willing to beat the SBA rate by 0.25%.
Right on.
Yeah.
Who wants seller carryback businesses? Let me know in the comments.
He's had the same route for about 40 years, 38 and counting. He's literally a single one-man owner operator. Another one of my little guys that has not filed taxes.
Yeah.
So, and I told him I don't care. That's not where I'm at. You know, that's not my
That's their business. That's your business.
Yeah, that doesn't hinder me. That's what I told him. It doesn't hinder me marketing and advertising. That's up to the buyer. You know.
Yeah.
So you just show me how you make your money, and we're good.
Yeah. Cool.
So.
Fantastic.
There's a couple more, so I'm going to put a list together.
Yes, and then let's talk about it on Tuesday with Philip. Anything that you and I might need to move on quicker, I'm totally down for talking. As you can see, with so many people that we were supporting this week, it's a little bit tough to kind of unravel the week. But what we can, I don't know if you work on Sundays. I don't not work. So if there's any bit of time that you'd rather than sit, I think I have some time on Monday, even in the afternoon. I can go take a look. But however you and I need to connect, if there's anything that needs to move a little faster, I'm good with that. I'll make the time. But yeah, at the minimum on Tuesday, if we can talk to Philip with the goal of how do we package some of these things together, put the highlights of what's required so that somebody can tell us how interested they are in that certain business, and let's see what we can do to leverage the owners club members, and then we can go through a process where it's like, if owners club aren't ready, and let's say we've given them like a week to review these available businesses, then we can open it up to our 3 different communities that are 27,000 members, right? And I'm sure we can get some deals done.
Okay. what I will need so that I'm efficient
Yeah.
on what you guys are looking for, because I've been playing in the realm a little bit more of private equity.
Yeah.
So, and it's a little bit different. They just think differently,
Mm-hmm.
and that's okay. It's just different. So, what I'm imagining in my head and what you need, I want to make sure I'm in board with communication.
Yeah.
So if you say the color yellow, I understand what your version of yellow is, so I can meet that expectation.
Okay. Cool. That's what we'll talk about on Tuesday, because I think here's what I'm imagining. Like, you had that beautiful PDF that you shared for the company you and I have been discussing, probably something similar to that. And then just market it in a way where it kind of has to funnel through myself and Philip to you. And that way we can, again, kind of gauge the activity that comes from Owners Club. I do know that Pace is working on a platform, kind of like Biz Buy Sell, that focuses on anything that can be purchased creatively. And so part of that will be to also list businesses. So what would be wonderful is to work with you to see, like, okay, when you're working through Biz Buy Sell, like, what are some of the things that should come with the features in it, so that when we're listing a business that can be purchased creatively, like, what are the attributes that somebody should be requesting from the get-go to know that it's something that some enough information for somebody to say, yeah, I'm ready to go buy that, or I'm interested in that. So, but this is just a collaboration and see how we can work to get it done. So,
okay,
cool.
Perfect. So let me work on getting those for you. I'm a little slow over this weekend. I have a couple of things going, and I've got all full day Monday. So let me start working on that now, because it's going to take me a little bit to put all those together.
Not a problem at all. Okay.
Okay, perfect. So let me get you access to the steel room, and then if you want more information on all the other ones that I have access to, then just email me back and I'll start with the admin and having them put you in there, honey.
Perfect. That would be wonderful. Okay.
All right.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you, Carlota.
Oh, I have this wireless Go thing. It stayed on my stinking shirt when I left. I forgot to give it to you guys.
Oh, the microphone. Yes.
I owe you. I have it right here on my desk.
Okay. Well, maybe we can figure out a way to have like brunch or lunch or something on Sunday, and I'll go pick it up.
Perfect.
Okay, cool. All right.
All right.
Thanks, Carlota. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Eek. Guys, she is such an awesome contact. I met her just browsing for buying businesses. I'm like, there is so much corporate experience that I have, having been in leadership for so long in corporate, where, like, when I think about it, I'm like, what a blessing that a lot of executives saw something in me and were putting me on an executive track. So I went and did a lot of leadership training. I used to have one of the best retention rates as far as like a large department was concerned. And so people loved coming to work for me, and the other leaders that were working for me, because we created a really amazing culture and people didn't leave us. So I was always really proud of our retention rates for so long, and being able to help people kind of move up in their leadership journey as well. And ever since I got into real estate, I have loved collaborating with people, no doubt. But there's a lot of the pieces of the pieces that are missing for me as someone who was able to learn so much about leadership and understanding how to speak and how to talk to crowds. And, sometimes I let my guard down and just get goofy, right? You guys see that in the No One Left Behind challenge. I said I'm a 14-year-old boy because I do have the humor of a 14-year-old boy. But when I have to change the levers, depending on where I'm at, I mean, I'm very aware of that too. I just want it to be fun, and like how No One Left Behind challenge can be. Like, again, reinforcing to all of you that you really should go out there and get into little groups of folks and make these calls together. Then you can coach each other. Myself and Landon Moore, I think for a good 6 to 8 months, I don't recall, a good chunk of time, we ran the Power Hour here in Arizona. And that's what we would do. We would get in a crowd, we would get in a room, we would make phone calls. What was tough about that room is that a lot of them were not Sub 2 members. So we would get a lot of folks coming through that room that were not a part of our culture. They had no skin in the game. And so I was often coaching people who had no commitment and no consistency. And that's why I decided to stop running that Power Hour, because I was like, well, I'm not seeing my people in this room. Some came, but not a lot. And by my people, I mean people in Sub 2. And so I was like, I just don't see how I can continue because there's not a lot coming from this. I've known other Power Hours in like nationwide that have done it as well, and they've had the same experience. So I think what's more powerful is that if you're in Sub 2, if you're able to collaborate with other Sub 2 members, whether you're doing it virtually, like literally what I'm doing right now, or you're doing it in person was way more fun, that you guys get together, make these calls, make each other a whole lot better. And I think you're going to have a wonderful experience. So if I was to put a filter in it, I would definitely filter that you must be in Sub 2, because I feel like you'll have a better commitment from people. And yes, Adriana, Carlota is a very sweet person for sure. Again, reminding all of you out in Instagram land that you should come over to YouTube in order to better interact. Somebody on there called Most Fit Realtor is asking me, are you coaching? Essentially, I am. This is essentially a level of coaching, if that's what you're asking, as far as real estate stuff is happening right now. I'm literally coaching, but not formally. My services right now are really to Sub 2 members and helping our community get better, reinforcing our amazing culture and working through questions. Right now, this is sort of the residual of doing the No One Left Behind challenge. There was just so many leads that I was like, no lead left behind. I'm going to open up my calendar on Friday and next week and take as many appointments as you guys are willing to give me, which just reminds me, I do need to block my calendar to have this call with Mr. Philip Ty and Carlota so that we could talk about these carryback opportunity businesses that I think will be pretty awesome. So and my next call, we'll call a little early. It's at 11:20. What time are we on? 11:07. Not too early. And then see. Okay. I have to block my 1:30 to, we'll say till 3:30. Business buying conversation with OC members. Okay. Just so it's blocked on my calendar. Ooh, next week is pretty. Who here is going to squad up next week? I'm so excited. Who's ever going to squad up next week, you better take a picture with me, because I swear every time I go to these things, I forget to take pictures. And so you got to take a picture with me and tag me. I'm so excited. Last year was such a blast. Let me see what I can recommend to you. If you have, by the way, I'm not a doctor. So if you need a doctor about this recommendation, do it on your own. I think it's important to probably like juice yourself up with vitamins. I think they have like those Myers, whatever they're called. I don't know, like where you can take a concoction of like strong vitamins before you're around, 3,000, 3,500 people who have all their germs and whatnot. So I would definitely recommend like prepping your body for all the exposure. I think every time I go to a Sub 2 meetup, because there's so many people there, eventually folks get sick. Also, get some sun before you go out there, because you're going to be up in the morning and really late at night. Sleeping is probably optional. And so you're going to be tired and your body's going to get run down. So get as much sleep and as much sun as you can now before you guys head to squat up. Don't be eating sugar. Like, I'm not eating sugar right now. I'm really sticking to a strict carnivore diet with Kevin Cho. He said 30 days, Ingrid, and I said, let's go. The only exception I'm making is coffee with heavy cream. Otherwise, I'm only eating meat. And you guys may have seen it on No One Left Behind Challenge. And that's all to protect my immune system, because I'm about to see a lot of you during squat up, and nobody needs to get sick like that. How many deals did you get from Squat Up Summit last year? Well, that's not how I count my experience. What I did was I got really great relationships that led to being able to do deals with people. And I didn't track it like that. So I don't know. I'd have to go back and look to see how many deals did I do with people that I met at Squat Up. But because I have been in sub 2 a while, Daniel, a lot of people that I met, I honestly didn't get a good grip on who they were either, unfortunately, because when you're on YouTube or Zoom, like I am with sub 2, people feel they know you and I don't know them. So sometimes it's really hard to integrate who I met. So part of the joy that I got to was seeing people say, oh my gosh, I see you on Zoom all the time. Thank you for your help. And it's like really, really sweet of them to point that out. And then we take pictures, and then I forget their name because sometimes they don't even tell me their name. So that's something I've ran into, Daniel. So let's see here. Sub 2 member here, ready to learn and connect from one of the best leaders in the community. Thank you, Christian. I appreciate that. So yeah, I hope these calls are helpful, especially if you're not sure about calling agents. Again, there was so many leads that we got this week through the No One Left Behind Challenge. And every time we do the No One Left Behind Challenge, we get better and better at like, what should we be doing? Because this isn't our core business, right? But I'm almost converting it into my core business, if you will, because there's just so much that's left behind. I am an agent. I do connect and get credibility really quickly. So I feel like I'm leaving a lot of relationships on the table that could be converted into dollars. And so, and I have the most honor, to be able to also continue to educate folks on what these calls could look like and how not intimidating they are if you take the time to practice. So anywho, that's sort of my perspective on it. Okay. A ver, let's see. I know we have a call coming, and I was like, we'll just be a little early. And so we will be. Oh, I see. Because it's connected to my Google. So it tells me all the Google stuff. All right. I'm reading the notes here. Open to seller finance. All right. Super duper. Wait, is this the right one? Yeah, 1120. All right, we are calling Suzanne.
This is Susie.
Hi, Susie. This is Ingrid. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Awesome sauce. One of my team members set up this appointment for us to talk about your property on Seascape.
Yes.
Fantastic. Any more activity happening on the house?
It's been slow this week, but have an open house this weekend, and usually I get, 3 to 5 groups through that.
Yeah. I've had a couple of listings that haven't done a whole lot, and so that's always kind of been like what kind of sleepy market are we in? Like, this is such a weird thing.
It is weird, yeah.
Yeah, especially in the East Valley, right, where it's like, I don't know, things used to fly off the table.
Used to.
Well, my team let me know that your seller is willing to consider a seller finance offer. Is that right?
I don't know about that. I haven't talked to them about that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know that they will, just because they own it free and clear.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
It's a second home for them. So
Yeah.
I don't know that they'll do seller financing, but
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's maybe worth a shot. And even if they decide our offer is not a worthy enough offer, maybe it can also do is maybe help you with the price point that they're sitting at to see if maybe they consider lowering it. I mean, I do know that it butts up against, the road, and that's always, not the most exciting way to go sell a property.
right.
But I have a very young couple who has been wanting to buy a house out in Gilbert. And I may be able to, they have a sizable down payment that I think might make your sellers feel more comfortable about accepting their offer. Before I send it over to them, though, I wanted to see if creative finance is something that they'd be willing to consider, just because this property is in the area they want to buy in. And again, they're a young couple. He works with a roofing company. I think he does their marketing or something. I'm not quite sure. But they have the verifiable income to be able to support sending in an offer.
Okay. So I guess what kind of are typically your terms when you're doing a seller finance?
Well, I'll tell you two different ways. So I'm an investor. So one way that I do this is I will look to buy a house and keep it for myself and my portfolio. So generally speaking, I don't like to fight my sellers on price. I want them to feel really good and that they won because I'm giving them the price that they're looking for. And sometimes I'll even offer above market. So for example, I had a property in Sedona where the seller bought that luxury condo for $600,000. She came back on the market, had to lower it. She came on the market like 2 years after she bought. She was at 550 and still nobody was looking at the luxury condo. And she was, upset about it. And so the agent contacted me because she knew about how I buy. And she's like, is there any way that you can send me a creative offer on this? And I said, sure thing. I go, tell me what the seller situation is. And when she told me, I was like, you know what? It's Sedona. Like, what a privilege to be able to buy on creative finance in Sedona. I feel similarly about Gilbert. And so I told her, how about I just give her a $600,000 offer with $50,000 down payment, and she can just hold the note for me. And for this one, we did put a 10-year balloon so that she's not holding on to the note forever. And by that time, the market should have appreciated enough for her not to feel worried about my ability to refinance her out. So that's what we did with that deal. And it allowed me to cash flow because I have like 30-day stays in that property, or I'll, and when somebody isn't there and my husband and I want to go hang out, like we'll go to Sedona and enjoy the condo because it's such a pretty, it's Sedona. I'm sure
Right,
it's
yeah.
beautiful. So that's one way. The other way is really, actually in this case, because it's free and clear, I can just be that couple's agent because I am licensed in Arizona and I am familiar with structuring seller financing on free and clear. I mean, AAR has the forms out there so that we can put a deal together and, our brokers would be happy about it. And in there, it includes purchase price, what it would look like for a down payment, and then what it would look like to have an interest. Now, I've been playing around with interest rates a little bit, and I'd love to show you what I mean. As you know, like a 30-year amortization has like that bell curve, right? And like
Yes.
the first 7 years is nothing but interest, which is in the seller's benefit, right? But what I've been doing is doing what we call straight line amortization, where we'll say, what payment would everybody be happy with? And then right away, we'll just say half of that is interest only. The other half is principal. That way, both the seller and the buyer are benefiting all at once because we're able to pay down the principal, but the seller's interest rate doesn't go down. And that they make the same amount of interest every single month. That way it's something that they can capitalize on and they make more money. So maybe let's say our offer was 500,000 or 510, right? They end up making more money than that because half of the payment that they get every month is an interest only payment. So it's a way to help both buyer and seller win when I put a structure like that in place. And again, the seller would be secured by all the good stuff that we have in Arizona, like a deed of trust and a promissory note, and all of that is recorded against the house and publicly known. So that's the way that we would do it.
Okay. So then when you're writing up a contract for this, I guess who technically is the buyer? Is it you, your company, or is it actually?
Well, what I would like to do on this one, because I have at least 2 buyers that I can think of that would want this house, and the fact that it's free and clear, I would just be their agent. So they would be the buyers. That way you can verify their income, their background, all the things.
Right.
If they don't like those offers, I don't think I'm going to be able to beat it as an investor, because as an investor, I like to negotiate down payment rates and stuff like that. But let's say my 2 buyers don't like the house because, the negative on this one is it does butt against that main street, but it would make a great rental for me. So if I send you an offer on behalf of my company, I would be the buyer. But I'll clearly communicate that to you so you're not guessing like what's happening here and what's happening there. But I first need to make sure with this call that your sellers would consider a creative offer. If so, then I don't want to go and make the couple of buyers that I have excited about something that isn't even possible.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess I'll need to talk with my clients and see if they're willing to entertain.
Absolutely. Yeah, do that. And let them know that we're not going to fight them on price as long as they're reasonable. So if I know that this price has gone down a little, I think if they can work with our terms, I think we can work even with the price that they used to have. I think it was at 510, was it not?
Yes, it was initially. Yeah.
Yeah. Why fight that? I'd be happy to figure that out so that they don't feel like they're losing out.
Okay. And what's the name of your company again?
Total House Offer.
Total House Offer. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. And I'm an agent. I work for Real Broker.
Okay.
Yeah. And all my stuff is disclosed, all the good things, we have to do things on the up and up and with the right ethics. So yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That sounds good. Well, I can speak with them and then I'll get back to you.
Yeah. And you can text me if you just don't have time to call or whatever. And again, if they are interested, my next steps is to text the few buyers that I have, make sure they have a good down payment that your sellers would be happy about. And then again, if we can come up with the straight line amortization, I genuinely think it's a strong way to have both the buyer and the seller feel like they're winning. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that sounds good.
All right.
And call you at this number that you called me at?
This is my cell phone. Yeah. And
okay.
I didn't want to overwhelm you, but I do all kinds of stuff because I'm in the investor world, right? I do hard money lending. We had a guy, he's a GC who fixed up a house in Mesa, but was starting to fall behind on payments. So we actually gave him a loan to stay on track with payments so that when we listed it, it didn't have like the scarlet letter of pre-foreclosure, right?
Right.
And then we just got paid out at closing. So we can do all kinds of creative stuff in case you run across anything like this, especially with this weird market we're in. You might run into stuff like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, that sounds good. So are you local to the Valley?
I am. I'm in Chandler. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. We're even doing an event tonight over in Scottsdale where some of these houses that we pick up like this, we end up selling it to families because maybe they don't pencil for people like myself. I'll give you an example. Like I have some option contracts with agents where they allow me to market their houses so that we can sell it to families because the monthly mortgage payment that is not negotiable, it's already a part of the property. It's too high for renters and it's too high for investors, but it might be a sweet spot for a family, especially if they're like business, business owners like yourself and me, where shoot, we may be making money, but we don't want to let that, like we leveraged all our IRS loopholes, which now doesn't allow us to qualify for normal loans. So what we do is we actually help those sellers either sell it like on a wrap, or we take them down and we do lease options with some of these buyers, stuff like that, so that we can leverage the existing good interest rates that are sitting there and help families get into homes.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want, I'll send you that event if you'd like to come.
I won't be able to tonight. I know that I have some family in town.
Oh,
so
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a problem. All right. Well, I will hear back from you and see what they're willing to do, and then maybe we can take steps from there.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. There you go, y'all. Our next call is at 11:40. Cool. Tell her you're recording the call. Azul, in the state of Arizona, as long as you're a principal in the call, it's not required to say that you're recording the call. Just an FYI. I don't know about other states. I just know the state that I'm in. Hey, Angel, thank you so much. I appreciate it. But it's also why I don't try to say too much on there, to respect them and to respect the fact that we're going to have all kinds of people on here who will and have taken deals from us when we share way too much. Turned her to willing. Yeah, I don't think I turned her. I think I educated her. And the way you educate is through third-party stories, right? I talked about Sedona. It's a very desirable area, just like Gilbert is. I think Gilbert is like one of the safest cities in the country. So as a result of that, you tend to have buyers who want to move to Gilbert. So I don't think it would be too difficult to move if we put the right terms together. Thank you. Wow. Awesome. Oh, I love Jamil Damji. You guys connected? Oh, that's right. I think I connected you guys, no? He's amazing. He is a partner of my husband. So my husband got his lending license and we're like, we need to connect with somebody who's well-rounded on both the investor and lending side. And so it was a match made in heaven to have my husband kind of working for Jeremy's organization. So that works out well. So if you guys ever need any lending, I'm going to put it right here. What is it called? Oh, I think it's fundmenationwide.com. And then we'll connect you with lending that may help your situation. So Jason stayed in Gilbert this week. That's cool. Yeah, it's really low key. It's chill, very family oriented. I really like Gilbert. Gilbert is like, I live in Chandler and Gilbert's next to me. So we share a lot of the similar culture as like a community. Patricia, you're doing amazing. Thank you for doing this, Ingrid. Why, I appreciate it. Yep, relationship. You got to plant the seed. Absolutely, for sure. The call was very informative. Thank you. Azul sky, blue sky. Let's go. Okay. So yeah, guys, if you need funding, fundmenationwide.com. Not necessarily gap lenders, but if you have a pretty strong offering, something I'm considering doing more often is, so I'm part of a self-directed IRA and 401k team, and they have this really cool group called the Badger Tribe. And so if you create like a pro forma that talks through, here's the offering, here's all the cool things about it, A lot of the people in there are accredited investors. So we can post your deal. And by we, I mean me, but like post the deal in that because I'm a member of it and see about raising capital. So can we hear some called call? What? Some called call? I am calling. Wait, what? Maybe you mean cold calling. I don't cold call sellers. I used to, and what you'll hear is a lot of people hanging up on me and not a lot of conversation. I think if you can stomach cold calling, that's awesome. As an owner of a business, you have to look at the what skill levels you need for each role. And I think you outsource cold calling as fast as possible. But I do think you need some experience in it to get over your fear of phone calling. I did do a lot of cold calling back in 2021 when I first got started. And then myself and my cousin at the time, his name is David Diaz. He's got an amazing roofing company in Tucson in case anybody needs roofing stuff. We paid for virtual assistants and they called and then I did a lot of the follow-up instead. So that's the way that we structured it so that I was able to make better use of my time and better use of my skills. And so I did still hear a lot of no's, but they weren't cold, they were warm because the seller had said, yes, call me about getting an offer. And so then I called them. And then the week I finally decided to commit myself to calling from 4:30 to 7, I called and I was able to get my very first deal that netted me $54,000 later that February. So we contracted it in September. I raised capital and all the things for it. And then by February, I had been able to get it locked up and sold. So it was cool. Yes, this is going to be saved, Kara, because I'm streaming on my YouTube channel and on Facebook. Both things memorialize it. I don't know if Facebook is memorializing for more than 30 days, is my understanding. But YouTube, my YouTube will have it until I no longer have my YouTube. So yeah, it'll be there. What is the best to start calling agents? I think so. And that was something that Pace conveyed this week, that you're going to have a lot of sweet people that answer the phone like Susie, right? I was like, oh, her name's not Suzanne, it's Susie. Like somebody who wants to be called Susie, I guarantee you is a sweet person. So it's easier to call agents and start that conversation with them because they are just so willing and able to work with people because they are motivated by the fact that 70% of us didn't have any transactions last year. So because of that, of course, they're going to be way more helpful and want to work with you if you don't sound like a nutcase when you call them, right? I mean, that is something that you have to be aware of. You want to make sure that what value you're providing on the phone is good. And so what are some ways that you can talk about it? You can talk that you're like, especially if you're marketing in Arizona, I can be somebody you're trying to bird dog for. So you don't say bird dog, but what you say is like, yeah, I have an investor who's looking for opportunities. And so I'm being their hunter. I'm looking to for deals for them. It could be cash deals. It could be creative deals. So what was Myron CRM called again? So if you go on YouTube right now, ROI Architect, in the show notes of this live stream, I've actually put it on there already. So the link is there. Let me see if I can go get it though. Let me see. I'm going to go to my, oh, here we go. Hold on. Here's what I'll do. I'll present, share screen, my YouTube. Okay. So on here, here's all my podcasts I've done with Stephen Hunt, with Caroline Kane, when she used to be my co-host. We go live every Wednesday. Let's see here. So on my live, okay, so for this one here, it's going to be me on me, right? If you go to the show notes, this Want the Blast CRM, That's where the link is. So you should be able to click on there and then it should take you to where you're looking. And honestly, even my link tree, if you click on my link tree, that the CRM is not on there because I used to work with somebody else in their CRM. I'm converting right now, but like I have so many resources here. If you want to join Sub 2, if you want to join the Gator method, StreamYard, which that's what I use to stream into multiple platforms. If you want to come and work at my real estate brokerage, not my real estate brokerage, but I hang my license with them. This is another really great CRM called Open Dispo. If you need free banking with Relay Financial, I have free banking accounts there. My weekly podcast, REI, the free REI calculator I provide for creative deals. This is one of my Airbnbs out in Surprise. I now have 2 in Surprise. I don't know if this is working actually because my management company has changed since I've had this. And then Avail, this is where I do all my rental stuff. Letter of Intent, which could look a little different than what we're doing with Myron. And then I have a gal who will give you $500 off about learning about shared housing, which is a mentorship that she runs. So there you go. That's all stuff and resources that you can get in my link tree. Do I have a preference using PropStream or Prop? I think you meant PropWire. Well, PropWire is free. And I think the more functionality you need from it, then it'll cost, I believe. So my job is to call. And so I think that's a better question for somebody like Bobby or Myron or Justin Tumanowski. And I believe they're all using Deal Sauce right now. So they're not using either. I think in my link tree that I just showed you, you can get Deal Sauce and there's some sort of affiliate thing involved with that. I really don't know. And in my opinion, most of them get their data from the same place. So it's not about who has the best data. I think they all have the same data because they buy it from very specific data aggregators. But what they do with the data and how they present to you opportunities is really the differentiation between all of them, between PropStream, PropWire, and Deal Sauce. So, of course, I'm going to be biased to Deal Sauce because that is, I believe we have some ownership to it. I'm not sure, being a part of Owners Club. And the link for the affiliate is in my link tree. Just so you know, I'm just giving you the bias. I have a bias. I have a project with my Spanish-speaking community in Colorado, and I could use your guidance. Do you offer consultations? Yes, Christian, I do offer consultations. I didn't post my Calendly link in my link tree, but just DM me on Instagram and I can see how maybe I can help you and see what we can do there. Love your call etiquette. How could anyone say no to you? Agreed. I think if you just keep in mind to be kind and that if I'm supposed to be the expert, I shouldn't be talking down to anybody, including agents. So I have been in the agent box for a long time. I had my license from 2013 to 2021 before I joined Sub 2 in January 2021. And I feel like I didn't know shit about real estate until I got into this mentorship. Having had my license and having had a lot of transactions under my belt by that time, and really feeling like, wait a minute, I don't know anything about anything. I liken it to me having had waitressing experience and working in a restaurant and like serving people food, people really liking me, coming back to the restaurant because they like me, that sort of thing. But not knowing at all what it's like to run a restaurant, if that makes sense. Like that's how I feel about my real estate experience. Thanks for sharing about cold call. How did you overcome the fear of calling? Also, did you used to door knock? I stopped door knocking the day a dude had a gun when I door knocked. So it just wasn't for me. And it was less about door knocking and more about my my ROI on my time. I had already spent my time in sub 2 learning about all the things that I do. And I'm very studious. I thought I was going to be a lawyer when I grew up, and I didn't go that route, but I'm not afraid of studying and reading. Like that lawsuit that was posted about the wholesalers who were working unethically. I took the time to read those 81 pages. And so when some folks are bringing it up to me, I was like, well, did you read it? They're like, well, no, I just read the headlines. I'm like, well, I took the time to actually read what was brought up. They actually were doing sub 2 deals and they were not providing the full disclosures. There might have been some bias by some title companies too, which is putting a lot more pressure on title companies on how they work with investors. So you all should be prepared to see what that's like. But anyways, all to say is you have to do what Laura Morby told us during this week. And she said, be like Nike and just do it. Honestly, the more you sit there and you think about it, the less likely you're going to do it. Think about the book that Mel Robbins wrote. She's an amazing gal. The 5 seconds something. I don't remember what it's called. I know I have the book somewhere. And really it's, you have to trick your brain. So you have to act quickly before your analyst brain takes over. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, get going. That's it. That's your countdown and you go. That's it. Like, don't think about it. Just go. Don't think about it. Just go. Hey, no, you don't think about it. You just go. So that's how you get over the fear of calling. I've used both, pretty much the same, different strokes for different folks that prefer PS. So he prefers PropStream. Cool. I don't know if he meant he's used DealSauce, because DealSauce is a new platform that has all the data stuff. Cool. Well, I got 31 of you on YouTube, and I got like 7 of you over on Instagram. If you're on Instagram, I promise you'll have a much better experience on YouTube. That way I can more easily see your comments and be able to answer any questions you have. Who do you use for TC? Any suggestions of who? Okay, wonderful. Let's do this again. I'm going to share my screen again. And in my link tree, which is this green thing here, this is who I use for my TC. So if you need a transaction coordinator that can do both creative and cash deals, this is who I use, which is TC Deal Pros. So when you click on that, this is the screen you'll get. And you fill this out. Make sure you're not a little kid. There have been some 16-year-olds getting into this game, and that always makes me so excited for them. But yeah, they'll ask you, is this the first order with them? What kind of deal do you need? Sometimes all they need, and actually I need to go have them work on a couple of transactions for me that are just lien stuff. It's not an actual purchase. But yeah, they'll do it all. The gal who runs this is Perla, and Perla is sleeping with her lawyer because her lawyer is her husband. Just like I'm sleeping with my lender. Pace is sleeping with his real estate agent. Anywho, the TC Deal Pros is who I leverage for TCing. They're actually TCing a deal for me right now in Slidell, Louisiana, and we closed another one last week in Waddell, Arizona. So that's who I recommend. Did a free trial. Oh, PropStream is what he's talking about still. Okay, cool. Let's see. When's our next call? We might call early. We might pull a Pace and just start calling people early, because why not? Oh, shoot. I got one right now. Oh, shoot. I'm busy. I'm talking too much. I might have to pause for a moment too and actually put some actual stuff down, like put some notes together. Oh, DealSauce. Okay, cool. Okay, so this was about DealSauce. Okay, good to know. There you go. Yeah, go to my link tree in YouTube.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not.
Okay, if you don't call once, you didn't call twice, right? Yeah, let's see here. I'm sharing my link tree in the comments. If that helps any of you.
Call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey you, this is Ingrid Hernandez. I was just calling about your property in Chandler. If you could please give me a call back. My phone number is 480. I'd be happy to speak with you. I believe my team put this appointment together, but I get it. You're an agent. Things get busy, so I'd love to see when we might have an opportunity to speak. I hope you have a great day. There you go. I left a voicemail. Yeah, if you don't call twice, you haven't called once. That's right. Okay, I put the link to my link tree in the comments. And while we're on here, I'm going to add some notes about the call I took. So Susie is going to talk to her sellers to see if they would be willing to take a seller financing offer. I did tell her I have a few buyers interested in Gilbert, and I would like to see if I can make arrangements with them as their agent. If not, I am happy to send an offer that suits me as an investor, since this home backs up to the road and may be best as a rental. There we go. Added notes into my little CRM. That way we can keep organized. And then let's leave a note also. I'm not showing this. I'm sorry, guys. Can't show this part. I called them twice. No answer. Left a lead to call me back. All right. That way I have notes of what's happened. Hopefully I'm putting in the right place, haven't I? Oh, the 5-second rule. That's what I'm talking about, Denise. That is what Mel Robbins put together. It's the 5 second. Is that one of my BFFs, Jeremy? Hey, Jeremy. How are you? We were just talking about you and how amazing you are. And how happy I am that my husband is collaborating with you in real estate, because you carry so much knowledge. And I love sending folks to you when they're not sure about the next step. Remember, we talked to that agent who's like, my sellers have to qualify for their next loan. I'm actually going to go see their house tomorrow in Chandler. Jeremy, you should come with me. If I buy that property, it'll have to be like a lease option scenario where they have to kind of be okay with, not be okay. We'd have to figure out a way for them to be able to qualify for their new loan while I take over their existing loan and maneuver through that. But they have until Monday. So because they have until Monday, it's important for me to act quickly. So I already have an appointment set. We're going tomorrow to go see the house and see if I could do that. Before then, I have to leave to surprise to do two things. Go see another house about buying it, and then picking up some keys for a property in Waddell that was just sold. So to I wholesaled it to another member in sub 2. Cool. Any questions so far? I know it's just me up here, so I know I'm going to talk a lot. How does Pace do this? You know what I mean? That dude can talk and talk, and I love it because he's got so much knowledge, but holy smokes, it's a lot. Please take advantage of this time, especially if you're a newbie. Anything that's kind of like hankering at you, let me know. I did have a newbie text me. Oh, another Florida thing. Let's see. Shoot. Facebook Messenger is so hard to just copy and paste into something else. It's tough. So I'm going to send her a connection with Bobby because Bobby's my Florida guy. Oh, you know what? Oh, let's talk to this guy. I'm supposed to follow up with him, but I kind of couldn't. Where would he be in my calendar? Because I kind of had to kick him out of it. Didn't mean to. It's just the way it had to work. Shoot. I wonder if I'm going to try calling somebody through Facebook Messenger. Just like Nike, just do it, as they say, as Laura says. Guys, I'm doing a Facebook Messenger call. Do people even answer those? I guess not. This is the calling. The boom, boom, boom. I thought I was going to hear a brrr, but I didn't. Okay. Oh, this might be it. This is Ingrid.
Yes, this is Elaine. I just missed your phone call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
So how can I help you?
Thank you for calling me back. Yes.
Sure.
I had my teammates set up this call with you today about your property in Chandler. I actually live in Chandler. So I'm both an investor and an agent. So just calling to see if your sellers are still open to seller financing.
What do you mean? So the seller had to offer financing?
Yeah. So the seller would hold the note. Mm-hmm.
No, thanks.
Oh, okay. Are you the actual owner?
Yes.
Oh, you are the owner. Okay. Is there any reason why you wouldn't hold the note?
Just make it simple. So we just want to sell.
You just want to sell. Okay. That makes sense. If I had a really strong down payment though, is that something that you would consider?
I don't think so. Yeah.
Got it. And are you using this money to go and do something else with it? Is that
Yes.
why? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Do you need something like a 1031 agent or anything like that? Or is this your primary home?
And they would do 1031.
1071?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Got it. So you are doing a creative way of like helping yourself with the capital gains you're getting on it.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we haven't decided finally, but we do need the funds. So.
Got it. You do need the funds. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Well, I'm a local investor and agent. Do you do any private money lending? Because that's like, you seem very savvy and I really like that.
When we needed the help, maybe text me your information.
Yeah.
Then I can talk to you later. So
no problem. I will text you my information because again, I'm a local investor. I'm fixing and flipping, and I usually offer 10 to 12% return on your money annualized.
Okay.
So, okay, cool.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, that was the owner. Hello. Okay, she seemed to be in a hurry. Plus, she didn't answer my phone. I have no idea what a 1071 is, but if it's if you know you have a 1031 and you got a 1038 and a whatever, I just had to pretend I knew what that was. I have no idea what it is. I have to Google it just like everybody else. No idea. Thank you for doing this, Ingrid, and giving that. Did you guys see what I did there? I was trying to convert somebody who I know was going to get a lot of funds into a PML. So don't forget to do that, especially if you help a seller sell their home. You want to be able to leverage the fact that they're going to have funds if it's not earmarked for something significant. So, okay, let's see here. IRS Code 1071 allows for any spouse to spouse transfer of property that is incident to the divorce proceedings to be tax-free. Interesting. I have to go research this because there's so many. Interesting. Allows for any spouse to spouse transfer of property that is incident to the divorce proceedings to be tax-free. Well, that would make sense, but I would presume that that would be the case regardless. But you know what I might do? I might still just send an offer, go for the no. Especially if I can make it a little bit juicy. I might do, okay, first of all, I know I'm not the inventor of this, but because I've been talking about it so much during the No One Left Behind challenge, we've been calling it the Ingrid method. So the Ingrid method is the exact thing I just talked to Susie about, which is straight line amortization. There's a lot of amazing investors I know who've done this strategy, but me and Myron have been a little bit more aggressive about offering it, which is, hey, I've already set the precedence in the context with these agents that I am an investor and I must cash flow. What happens with that? Oftentimes we don't offer any more to the seller, but what if I can keep the same payment that I need? So imagine a $500,000 offer. The payment, we'll say it's like a $50,000 down payment. I don't know, maybe even $25,000 down payment. So we'll say $25,000, which in my brain is $250 to a private money lender. In order for me to cash flow, I need to keep the payment around $2,300 so that I could still pay $250 a month to a private money lender and then hold the note. And then I will offer at least 50% interest only. That means half the payment goes to principal pay down and the other half goes to just interest only. It doesn't bring the principal down. So I'm making the seller even more money, even though the monthly payment is a little bit lower than they would like. They're making easy envelope money by just taking my payment this way. They got a down payment and I'm offering them a full offer. Now, this will likely require like a 10-year balloon, no less. The reason why is because even though you're paying down the principal much faster than an amortized schedule that's like a 30-year schedule, you need to play the appreciation of the market as much as possible. So for me, this works in my market, Arizona, because here we have regularly appreciated between 3 and 5% annualized. Now we're pretty stagnant this past year, but nothing is exacting every year. But I also think that if rates do get cut for another 2 or 3 times, which I believe is what was communicated, I do think when rates go down, prices stay either the same or go up depending on affordability problems. So now I will say prices will definitely go up in the East Valley because it's a high demand area. Places where I think the prices will probably stay very similar is like the areas around where like the exterior. So we're talking about Surprise, Buckeye, Tolleson, Santan Valley, City of Maricopa, Casa Grande, Florence. These are all tertiary markets. And so because they're even they have to be commuting cities, meaning people derive from those cities because of affordability things and they go into the market, into like the metro area. They will buy things much cheaper because they have to. So cool. Thanks, Elizabeth. All right. Have a $400K lending opportunity for a lender, 8 months, could possibly be done and sold in 4 to 5 months, but still asking for 8 months for a $40,000 return. Ingrid, you fund it. If I got you covered, text me. Okay. Thanks, Marco. Interesting. This is all good stuff. Okay, let's see if we have, okay, so she called back. Did not agree to creative in the middle of a divorce and is using tax code 1071 ways to protect capital gains when divorce proceedings happening. I still think we send an offer just to go for the no. Let me see if I can add my friend Myron. No, I can't in the notes. Darn it. Okay. All right, somebody's going to have to show me where I can tag people in the CRM. All right, at noon, which is right now, we got another call. Okay. Let's hear. Just a sweet reminder to all of you on Instagram, come to YouTube so you guys can better interact and ask your questions, especially after I make my calls. Oh, Michael declined my invitation. Interesting. Who made this appointment? Interesting. Okay. Sorry, I'm reading like what this was supposed to be about. Maybe we call him anyways. I wonder if he'll be mad at me. Maybe he will be. Who knows? I'm just going to be like, oh, I didn't realize. I believe there is standing room only tickets for Squad Up if you didn't buy one in time. My friend Kenley from Texas was telling me he's just going to go to Squad Up without a ticket. I don't recommend. Anywho, let's see here. All right. Oh, Architect ROI. I would be happy to be a guest on your podcast after you've published at least 20 episodes. Yes, see everyone at Squad Up Summit. Let's go. It's some crazy, ridiculous number, but people do not stick with their podcast. I'm just giving you what your mountain you have to climb, ROI Architect, because I think it's less than 2% of people get to episode 3 or something like that. I have been doing my podcast with different co-hosts for over 2 years now. And I do it every week. I would say we've missed a handful of those podcasts, and it's simply because we have some sort of sub 2 thing happening, or I think a community camp up in Montana was one of them. What was another one? Christmas, that sort of thing. But generally speaking, I think I've missed definitely less than 10, probably 6 or 7 episodes altogether in the last 2.5 years. Like as far as and it's usually due to holidays or Pace having us do some community camp, some sort of something like that. So the reason I say that ROI Architects, I want to work with people who are super serious, like I'm serious. And so I have to put a little bit of a filter about who I agree to join their podcast for. All right. Yes, I see that Darren put it together, but I'm going to call him anyways. Let's see. Maybe we'll get an irritated agent. Wouldn't that be fun? Let's see. No One Left Behind. Guys, one of our No One Left Behind people missed her flight yesterday, but she went home today, I believe. Let's see. Oh, message from Pace.
All right. No One Left Behind team March edition. This is 3821 West Sheridan Avenue, Phoenix, Arizona. I just talked to the seller. He walked out. I was chatting with him and told him I was the new buyer of the house. And he started crying, gave me a hug. He going to get me emotional. He just said, thank you. Thank you for understanding the strategy of creative finance. Thank you so much for providing an option to our agent that he didn't understand. We thought we were going to lose the house, and now we know where we're going to go and what we're going to do. We have like a new sense of life. So just want to let you guys know that what we're doing is changing lives. And the cool thing is we get to get paid in the process. So $10,000 was made on an appointment and 2 calls. Here I am at the house, 2.75% interest. This house will make $1,000 a month. How incredible is that? Just want to tell you guys, I'm super proud of you. And hopefully this adds a little bit of gravity to what you did this week. Thank you guys so much.
Isn't that dope? That is so awesome. Congratulations to the No One Left Behind team. I don't know what does CO stand for, ROI Architect? I only know them as, I have no idea. I was going to say Chief of Operations. I don't know. That's COO. I don't know what COO is. That is so, so cool. We're helping. Oh, correctional officer. Oh, the least serious. Just kidding. Let's see here. Wow, guys, this is so cool. I can't believe the kind of amazing stuff that's happening in our community, and how, like, honestly, you're doing this to serve others, point blank, right? And so you have to carry that. When you carry that in your heart, good things happen, in my opinion. So super duper. Yeah. Awesome sauce. Okay. Let's just call this guy. I bet you he's gonna be mad at me, but that's okay. That's okay. Let's let him be mad at me. Okay. We're all kind of ready for that. I'm going to blame Darren. If the guy answers even. Hi, Michael. It's Ingrid. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Hey, I got a little bit confused. I thought I saw a notice that you declined my call, but I was like, oh man, where did I get it wrong?
Well, I don't know what this is about.
Oh, okay. Forgive me. I have a newer team member on my team, and part of what he does is he sets appointments for me for folks who might need hard money loans or might need creative financing to help them with some scenarios they have. So that is what I see on my notes. I'm not sure if it's something aligned like that.
Yeah, I think that I was confused by what he was offering yesterday, and so I just I don't have anything going on right now.
Yeah,
I've got an agent who has a business and wanted to get a loan against his inventory in the business, and then he's like, and your guy sent me a text saying, okay, a loan with the house as collateral, and that's not what it was. So
yeah.
it's just not.
Well, he's a newbie.
So.
I totally get it. And thank you so much for taking his call. I really appreciate that. We will lend businesses against inventory so long as we can, confirm the collateralization of it. The guy who runs our hard money department, he used to be a construction ran a construction company. So he understands that. So I'm happy to figure out how we might be able to help your agent.
Okay, well, so just got so many things going on.
Oh,
I'm in the middle of like 10 things here.
Good for you. Yeah, how about this? Let me make it really easy for you. Just text me. This is my personal cell phone. So if you want to text me whatever information you feel comfortable with, and then I'll try to coordinate a call with your agent to see how we can help him.
Okay. I guess when I declined the call, it deleted the email. So now I don't have your name. Can you text me your name and then I'll get you into my phone and then I'll send your information over to him or text you or whatever it is?
Not a problem. I'll go ahead and do that. I'll send over my name, my company. The company we do partner with isn't necessarily my company's name. It's one of my partners. But he does all the hard money lending pieces, and especially when it's business oriented, he definitely has to be involved. So
okay, is that Pace?
It is Pace.
Okay. Well, I'm a member of Sub 2.
Oh, shoot. Well, hey, Michael, it's Ingrid.
Hey. And so, I posted on the Sub 2 thing that would anybody be interested in this? And nobody responded. So I just assumed that there wasn't, that wasn't available.
Well,
So,
there's only 15,000 of us in Sub 2. I don't know how many VAs he's got working in that Facebook group, but have you emailed money@pacemorby.com?
No.
Okay, so that is the email to connect with Pace's team for any lending requests, which includes business loans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Just to let you know what I do. So I'm a designated broker for a company. We're trying to hire agents right now. I'm trying to grow Arizona for this company. I'm also a mortgage lender. I've got that license. We own the mortgage and brokerage. And there might be some synergy right now. I don't have a ton of stuff going on. The 2 listings I have are both
under contract.
Are both, yeah. Well, no, one's under contract. They're both remodeled is, I guess, what the problem is. And so since they're remodeled, there's really no money to be made by anybody. I might have something coming up soon, but it's going to be a flip. So it's a flip of a flip. So, I mean, it's priced good, but maybe not good enough for what you might want to do with it. But we'll see. But I might be able to do something like that with you too.
Yeah, let's do more stuff together, especially if you're in Sub 2. I am an agent. I do like my brokerage. But I love how you let me know that is the case. Do you ever go to Eddie's showcase events on Fridays?
No.
Okay. I'll also send you the Eventbrite for tonight. Tonight I am leading a discussion about the stuff that I'm doing with Pace, where we'll lock up opportunities, and maybe it doesn't make sense for like investors like yourself and me, but the interest rate is still really great, and the mortgage payment is kind of lined up with what's actually, you're a freaking lender. I'm sure you have people who have money, but they don't qualify because they're like business owners, like your agent friend here who needs a business loan.
Right.
Well, okay. So I'm going to send you the Eventbrite for tonight. And the Eventbrite is over at Spaces at the Galleria in Old Town Scottsdale. And basically, we're going to talk about the program that Pace and I are doing, where we can either wholesale it to a buyer, but we don't use the word wholesaling when we're talking to them, or we can actually buy the property and sell it on an agreement for sale, or we'll do a lease option. So these are all different scenarios that if you bring us a buyer or a buyer tenant, we would be able to get you paid through that, especially if you're a mortgage lender, because I'm sure you run across these folks.
Okay. Yeah. No, that sounds good.
Super. Well, Michael, welcome to the best community in all the land. I am a regional leader along with Eddie Marin here in Arizona. So this is my cell phone. So whatever you need, just text me, especially if you put something on the Facebook group and you don't get any response. I'm happy to help.
Okay. All right. Well, that sounds great. I appreciate it.
Wonderful. Have a great day, Michael.
Okay. Thanks. Take care.
Well. That makes more sense now. Do we have a photo with Pace? Let me check, guys. Eddie wants to know if I have a photo with him, and Pace. Let me check. The one thing I do like about iPhones is I could search somebody's face. Do you guys hear that? I was ready for, gosh, I was ready for a tough call. And he's a Sub 2 member, which is great. But, I don't have just me, him, and Eddie. Have you guys seen a picture of just me, him, and Eddie? I don't see one. Eddie Marin, where are you? So what did you guys think about that call? Were you guys ready? Like he was a little feisty. He's busy. He said he's got like 10 things going on. What did you guys think about that? I mean, it's super helpful that he's part of Pace's community. And by the way, you can't just post something once and assume everybody's going to come and congregate to help you. Sometimes you could get lucky, but the people who are persistent, you know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, as they say. The persistency matters. And so I think it's interesting when I hear stuff like that, where like, hey, I posted, like, yes, one time. Because one time's not going to cut it, y'all. It's not. It's doing something one time is never going to cut it. And actually, hopefully that's one of the takeaways from this, guys. Like, it's just not going to cut it. All right, let me see if I can find an Eddie picture. I don't have one of me, him, and Pace. What I do have is this. I've got this, just me and Eddie. None with us three. Ooh. Let's see. Somebody's calling, guys. I'm an agent, so I have to answer. This is Ingrid speaking.
Hello?
Oh, gosh. Hello? These are the calls I deal with all day. It's a recording. Gaka. It's not an actual person. So when you guys say agents don't answer their phone, that people get tired of that. Leroy Ash. I like that name. Hi, Ellie. Ellie, did you talk? Wait, that might be my Ellie with Teresa. Did Teresa get back? I swear I texted. Trish sent me a follow-up on one of the calls. Hey, Jade, blah, blah, blah. The rental rates are below pity, not even including PML, so we'd be losing. Okay. Hang on. I believe Pace was talking about selling this through the no bank loan homes because it had a pool, period. I knew right away it was not going to be a rental. Oh. All right. Hi, Dustin, period. You'll see that I am live on YouTube right now, making phone calls to agents, period. I can contact you around 3 p.m. if that works, question mark. Okay. All right. Oh my gosh. All right. Patricia has got to run. Yes, we will see you tonight at the event tonight. What do we have? What else do we have? All right. Michael is a sub-2 member, needs to find funds for his agent who needs a business loan, wants to collateralize the loan against his inventory. And here's what I actually think about that. Not that we won't collateralize against inventory. It just depends on how good of inventory they have, right? It needs to make sense. But second to that, I do think that it's an opportunity to at least talk to that person running his business that may not be doing enough justice to the business. So almost like a consult for equity scenario. If you guys ever saw the story of the plant guy is a business that Pace and Cody purchased. And a lot of what they actually needed was a restructuring of debt. And it brought so much more relief to the actual operator. So for the business that Michael's talking about with his agent, it might require that the agent restructure the debt, restructure their organization, provide some equity for that opportunity and go that way. So I wonder. Hi, B. Portillo. Hi, Sonia. You guys should be over on YouTube. So much easier. Jakai, come to YouTube. this like recording actually won't even post on Instagram once after I'm live. You'll only find it on YouTube, FYI. And you guys are like, what's up? Okay, cool. Dustin said he'll call me back. So I'm trying to get a loan on a flip that we're doing in Phoenix. And so that's who Dustin is. He's one of my lenders to see how we can work that out. So anywho, guys, I just made $5.94 being on social media. Go Meta. Go Meta. Sorry, I just got an email that said that. Okay. Who has a call? Because I don't have a call at this point until, or maybe we'll just call early. Why don't we just make all these calls early? Why not? Let's see. Marsha. Do you guys ever watch The Brady Bunch? Am I aging myself? I used to watch a lot of Nickelodeon, which had a lot of reruns. Yeah. All right, guys, who has $400,000 or $200,000 for two lenders on this flip in California? Purchase price is $875. The ARV is 1.6 to 1.7. The money that they need for this purchase is $400,000. Wow, wow, wee wow. Okay, cool. Let's call this lady early. Why not? Y'all are not giving me any calls to call on, so let's go. Oh, it's B. She's using her hubby's account. Sergio Portillo. I like it. Switching. Oh, you love the Brady Bunch? Actually, I just watched this reel last night about how they talked about the measles. So, like, the Brady Bunch talked about the measles and how everybody used to get the measles, and they kept track of everybody who had it in the house, and that was it. And then you have immunity for the rest of your life. And that was them talking about how everybody in the Brady Bunch had gotten it, but then their housekeeper, why can't I think of her name? I don't remember her name right now. The lady with the big poofy hair. She ended up getting it as an older lady, but everything was chill, super calm. Everyone's like, yeah, we all got the measles. And then they cut to like, what is it? Law and Order SVU or whatever, and how there's like this, oh, Florence, thank you. Florence. How they're like, there's been a measles outbreak and we must win. Like, it was really scary, and like there's just a different way that the media used to show you things that were typical versus the, you know, getting the measles was something that used to happen frequently. What up, Kirby? What's up? That's my homie right there, Kirby. Heyo. All right, guys. I'm gonna call this one a little bit early. Not too bad. 20 minutes early. Speaking of the Brady Bunch, her name is Marsha. Oh yeah, so it's how we started this. All right, here we go. I need her number. Oh, I need to text Michael, though. I need to let him know who I am. Just called him. Recent. I will tell you, there's some little bit of buggies that I'd like to address in here, though. Oh, that was his number. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, he was very sweet. Okay, so this is Michael's number. Create new contact, because now it's going to be on my phone, just not the CRM. Sorry, guys, I'm working through this while doing the stream, while, you know, all the things to see. I'm like, this is what typical mom looks like. We got like 10 things going on. He's a agent and a broker in Arizona. That's pretty cool. Very cool. Because then you can collaborate with them. Like, hey, like, yo, keep me in your info. Okay. get it over to Michael. I'm sending him my contact info. And then I'm also going to be sending him the Eventbrite for tonight in case he wants to go and see me and Eddie Marin. And I think Pace is supposed to be there either before or after is what I was told. But we'll be doing the showcase tonight at 5 p.m. Okay. Super. All righty. Hello, Odette. Nice to see you. Okay. Let me call this person. Marsha. And then I might have to do a business call after that too. My own business, because it's taken a halt while I did all this. Okay.
Your call has been forwarded.
Maybe Marsha wasn't ready to talk to me.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Okay. I just got an email. By the way, FYI, not all of these are winners, right? I just got an email saying, hey, we do have the EMD for this just to clear up things. You guys are canceling. The answer is yes, we are canceling. We weren't able to make it work out. I lost $500, but then the guy who brought me the deal also put the $250 in for the money that was lost. We really thought we could move it. It was a 55 plus community though. And those are really, really tough to move. I'll be honest with you. Those are really, really tough to move. So whenever I hear an agent talking about 55 plus, I'm like, ugh. Okay. She didn't answer, but technically our call is at 12:40. So I'm going to call Trisha real quick and talk about this deal that we were supposed to lock up in Coolidge. But Trisha might be busy. I'm over here like, Trisha, just answer my call.
Hi, this is Trisha. Please leave
Oh,
me a message.
Trisha's on the other line. She's on the other line. Look at her answering like, yo. Okay, we have a property that, okay. My email's been doing something goofy lately. I don't know what you mean. I do need to respond to my email I sent separately. Why don't you check had all the documents? I will send ASAP and can verify new COE. Works better. We receive settlement statement. We will make sure you insure the full 1,000. Guys, my email is doing something goofy. I may have to have this sent over again. So this is up for end of, no. The auction is in May. I am trying to put more urgency on this buyer. To get it done this month. We are not at risk, but if this buyer does not complete this soon, I will lose more confidence in their ability to close and will refer this seller to short sell. Okay. I don't know why my email wasn't showing me this. Okay. Okay, another one. I have somebody who's buying a property and they were supposed to close on what now will be 3 different dates. The house is in pre-foreclosure. It's supposed to set foreclosure in May. So if we close this month, everything's Gucci. But the longer this buyer takes to close, and it's a relatively low purchase entry, the longer he takes, the harder it is for me to be convinced that they're actually going to perform. And my responsibility is not to my bottom line or to that buyer. For me, again, I act differently. I'm not your typical wholesaler. I want to make sure the seller's taken care of and be very transparent with her. I told her I was going to struggle to find an investor for this, but I would do my dingdest. And I did. We found someone. But that someone is I think newer to investing too. So I'm being very open-minded to like things take time to unravel and get through. But the other aspect of this is that I would much rather go through a short sale than to go through a foreclosure. And so that's what I'm trying to lead her to if this isn't performed on time. So, and then now this one is another one that was here in Mesa. Yes, we are requesting that the EMD go to the seller because we had to cancel this contract. I have also referred her to a short sale expert to help her go through that process. Sometimes that's just the best I could do. I can't save everybody. Adult decisions come with adult consequences is what I always say. All right. Guys, I was so excited about a potential RV park yesterday. We've got an RV park to sell me. I really want one. My husband and I used to RV quite a bit. Not as much anymore, but we had an RV and we did sell it. But unfortunately, like I don't. The project to completion. Okay. All right. She didn't answer. Let's call another person earlier. Okay. Goodness gracious. My phone is doing something goofy where it's not showing me. I'll bet you it's some sort of authenticating thing. Guys, this is me doing my business while I'm also making these phone calls. Ingrid, if you weren't an agent, how long would you wait before going around the agent after not responding to texts, emails, voicemails? That's a tough one to answer. If I wasn't an agent, how long would you wait before going around the agent after not responding to? Well, first of all, you'd be going also around the broker. And so the right answer to give you is that you should be escalating it to the broker. Not all agents are brokers, but all agents work for a broker. So if you have been contacting an agent, providing offers, providing communication, and they're not communicating back, you can escalate it to their broker, which would be your next step, not to go around them. That would be my immediate response. If their broker is also non-responsive and you have everything detailed in letter, in writing. Again, understand that it doesn't matter whether you're licensed or not. The Department of Real Estate in whatever state you're in can still go after you if you don't have the evidence to prove that you've been working in the right ways, as we see with this lawsuit here in Arizona. But if you've contacted the agent, you've documented all the times where you've tried contacting them, no response to voicemails, nothing. One text message that has always worked for me is texting, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. How can I make this right?" Something like that, so that they can respond back. Usually they might be really busy. Like, for example, I got like 20 things going on right now. You guys are like in the middle of my email response while I have no agents to call. So you have to document your how many times you've been trying to call and what you've been attempting to do, because it is their fiduciary to respond. Even if the response is the seller does not, or the seller's declining your offer, or it does not want to do anything creative, yada, 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 it's important for them to respond to you. But that's what I would do. Now, after those different levels have been met, ideally, you just want to wait for the expired contract to take to place, because here's where it gets complicated. If the listing hasn't expired, you might still have a responsibility to pay the agent, just FYI, because they have a listing agreement together, which means whoever, gosh, what is this called? If you saw this listing because the agent posted about it because they were marketing it, they were the, why can't I think of this word right now? I'm drawing a blank. Not enough coffee. They were the something of something. I think they're P words. Anyways, the whole reason you even knew about the listing is because of the agent. You may still have to pay them at the end of the day. That's the layman's term definition. Near the California-Nevada border, therapeutic hot pools, spoke to the owner, and he's in his 70s, might be potential. Okay. Well, I've given you feedback. Good luck. My good friend, Jen Balot, she buys in like the Reno area. So if it's around that, let me know. I might be able to connect you guys. So, all right. What do we have here? All right. My husband says we think we might have to paint this wall. This is my home office now. I might be rearranging some stuff. I just got back into my home office, so it's all good. Okay. Let's see here. I tried calling her. She wasn't available. Let's try calling Ben. Let's try calling Ben. And I'm trying not to put all these things in my head about who the person is because of what I see detailed here. But let's see here. This is no longer an appointment, so I deleted that. Wait a second. Oh, it's this one down here. Sorry, guys, trying to figure out which appointment is what. Okay, let's go with this one. Okay. All right, we are calling Ben.
Hi, this is Ben.
Hey, Ben, it's Ingrid. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, yeah, we were supposed to call a little later, but my my follow-up calls have been coming up much faster. So I'm like, oh, let me just call and see if I can take a little bit of his time now. Is this still a good time?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. My team set up a call to discuss. I think you have a free and clear property out in Litchfield, and then maybe potential others. Are you the owner, or are you the agent?
No, I'm the agent. We've already discussed that.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. Yes. Okay. I'm just confirming because of the way the notes were left behind. Okay. And then the owner wants to turn it into an investment. Maybe their notes suck.
The home is for sale. If this is some kind of an equity swap or whatever, we're not interested in that. We're
Okay.
interested in selling the house.
Yeah, of course. No problem. Trust me, I have a property in Litchfield Park that we had to actually take off the market because I'm a fix and flipper. And Litchfield's just getting super sleepy out there. It's not doing what I expected it to do, given the fact that it's right by the stadium. So is that what you're seeing?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Are the notes wrong that your seller would consider a creative finance, like a seller finance offer?
Yeah, 40% down, she'll do anything.
Okay. At 40% down, she'll do anything? Okay.
I mean, if you got 40% down on a $1.3 million home, she'll work with you.
Okay, fantastic. Do you know if this property is in a good spot for like what we just mentioned, like short-term renting, or is there any restrictions on that?
There's restrictions in the neighborhood. It's an HOA.
Ah, poop. Okay. Well, I have a couple of properties out in Surprise where there's no restrictions with the HOA. Okay. And do you know what those restrictions are? Is it like 30 days or more or something?
I think it's 30 days plus, yes.
Okay. Would she subordinate her 60% if I was to bring in 40%?
No.
So she still has to stay in first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, let me go run numbers and see if I have folks in my my Rolodex, because I am an older person. I can say Rolodex.
Yes.
And see if anybody's willing to bring that level of down payment. Is this your only listing right now, or do you have other listings that maybe I might be able to look at?
No, I have multiple listings.
Oh, fantastic. And just look under your name to see what you got going?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Fantastic. All right.
Who do you work with, Ingrid? What real estate company you work with?
So I have my own real estate company, but I am also licensed in Arizona. So I have a portfolio of 10 properties, mostly purchased through creative terms. And just trying to build up my portfolio if it makes sense. I have 4 short-term rentals here in Arizona, and the other half is, or more than half, is just long-term rentals. So I usually just try to see what makes sense for each property. So yeah, how about you?
Just sell real estate. That's it.
That's it? Oh, do you have any want to learn how to get rentals?
Nope, I already know how to do that.
Oh, well, fantastic. Wonderful.
I've been selling for 38 years. I know all the tricks and trades, okay?
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, I didn't know anything. And then 4 years ago, I started to learn and was able to build up my portfolio. So just trying to do that, especially right now with everybody fearing what's going on. It's a good time to go buy.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Well, Ben, thank you so much for taking my call. I'll take this information and see what I can do with it. If I can't, no problem. If I can, I'll reach back out. But this is my cell phone in case you have any buyers in Litchfield that maybe. So I have a house that I think we're going to bring back to market soon for $525 over in Wigwam North.
Mm-hmm.
If you happen to have a buyer, because it's off market right now, maybe I can send it over to you. Do you happen to have buyers in that sort of price range?
We got buyers in all price ranges. You can send it to my email address.
Okay, cool. And let me confirm that. So your email address is, sorry, I'm not moving as fast as my tabs.
benkerner@gmail.com. First and last name @gmail.com.
Awesome. Okay. I will send that over to you. And if you have a buyer for me, I'd love to give you a full commission. So cool.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Ben.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yeesh. It is what it is. There you go. There's the little feisty one. He's been doing this for 38 years, guys. So he already knows how to get rentals. He knows all the things. 40% down would be tough. But it might be a cool house. I'll have to go check it out and see what we can do with the numbers, whether or not that's realistic or not. So let me write notes on this. Seller wants 40% down payment. Too much. Huh. Okay. I'm going to call Bobby and see if I want to make sure I'm leaving notes in the right place. I'm like, wait, am I leaving the notes where everybody can see them? Let's see if Bobby will answer my call.
Hey.
Hey, Bobby.
Hello.
I'm live on YouTube with you.
Oh, awesome.
Hey, I'm in the Blast CRM and
Okay.
I have a question. Do you have a moment to answer?
I do.
Okay. When I'm on a call with a contact, I believe the notes may be revealing to all of us. Am I wrong on that?
When you say all of us, like to anybody that has access into the CRM, where are you putting the notes?
Okay.
In the opportunity?
No. So because I have appointment after appointment after appointment, I'm clicking on my calendar invite where it has those blocks. And so I click on it. And if there's a better place I should be, please let me know. I click on it and there's the add note. So I add notes there. But then when I looked at the bottom, it says, it almost seems like everybody gets the note, including the participant, like the people who I just called.
The agent or the
The person I'm calling.
They shouldn't. It's very possible. I actually haven't. I don't take notes that way, so I don't like. I can check for you.
Okay.
I can check for you, but I know, to me, what I would set you up with for next time too is just putting the call dialer up together, so you could just knock them out one by one as the calls come up too, if you want, or even not a dialer, but you have them in a list and you just add notes to the. So I like to go to the conversations tab and I add internal comments in there.
Okay, you go to the conversations tab.
That way it sticks within the conversation. Yep, and you can put notes. You can even mention people too if you needed somebody else to take action.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how I do it. Or you put notes on the opportunity itself.
Okay. None of these are in an opportunity workflow. I just put it in my calendar. So this is where we probably need some design work, right? But I was also doing it. I wasn't having anybody else do it. So maybe I did it wrong. So when I open up the notes, or excuse me, when I open up the calendar invite in the calendar view, I have who the appointment owner is, who is me, who I'm supposed to contact, which is the person I'm calling. I don't have quick access to their info. So I've been just looking it up in my Google Calendar because that actually has their number on there. And then there's a details and then there's a notes. And so it's like, I don't know who can see these notes. I don't know if it emails them the notes of the call that's happened because it's so integrated, you know? But then,
yeah. No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. But when I click on activity log, no, not activity log. That's not it. There was something on here where I was able to leave notes. I just didn't know how I got there, so I didn't go there again.
Because I don't even know if your email domain and all that stuff has been set up yet. So you might not even be sending anything back. Like what I'm thinking is I don't think anything there's no outgoing contact unless you set up the domain. I haven't. So my thought is there's definitely not a phone number on there unless you set it up, but you have to go through authentication and all this stuff. So I don't think, even if you were to put notes in there, I wouldn't think it could send out to anybody right now. It only sticks in the CRM. So I think you're safe there.
No, that's wrong. I'll tell you why. Because I sent these through the calendar invites. I integrated my calendars into there. And when I was setting them up through the calendar of Blast CRM. I was actually emailing them, and I had somebody decline one of my
I
confirm
see.
calls. So
Okay.
I know for sure they're getting emails, and I think
Okay.
however, but it's my Gmail, I think. So they're definitely getting contacts.
Yeah. Well, if you go to your Gmail and open up, like, you would see whether or not those notes are being transferred.
Oh,
I'll
that's a
check
good
it for
point.
you.
Oh, that's a good point.
But yeah, I can show you like where to put the notes in, because I know it's not like all the things aren't set up for you. You purely just did calendar invites so you could knock out calls, right?
Yes.
So it's not like tied to anything.
Yeah, I
yet.
had to get
Okay.
shit done, Bobby. I didn't have.
Yeah.
I came home at like 9 o'clock last night. I don't have an integrator and operator working with me after No One Left Behind finishes for the day. And so I'm like, oh shit, I have all these calls that have to get put in my calendar. What's the best way to do it? And I just did what I could.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I was on earlier too. I saw you like knocking out calls and using the CRM, so that's great. But I'll make this a smoother process for you. Just gotta set that up so that I know now. As soon as you have like put that in the conversations, they're called internal comments, and it just sits on the conversation on like a yellow sticky.
I did find internal comments. Okay, I will start putting stuff there.
Yeah, it's almost like a sticky. That's where you can mention people too.
Okay. Sounds good.
Cool. All right.
Okay,
Awesome.
cool. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Right off. Okay. Jakai, as far as a Morby method, yes, that's why I was offering it, but he said she wouldn't subordinate, and it requires subordination if I'm going to go get 40% down. So the only way that we could make that property work is if I got 40% from private funds and put it against the property. So that's the only way that would work. That guy sounded like he had a stick the size of a telephone pull-up. Who did we just talk to? Oh, Ben Kerner. I forgot. I try not to judge too much because I know what it's like to experience incessant calling with folks who don't bring a whole lot to the table. And so I empathize with maybe what his worldview is. He's 30. He's been in the game for 38 years. So he's probably an older gentleman. And I think if we keep some heart in how we look at how other people view the world, even if their view of the world might not be as optimistic as ours, I think that we'll have better energy, right? Like, I don't like to leave these calls and say, well, that guy will never be successful or blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't like that. Like, I prefer saying, that guy's got it going on. He's got his business. He's got a $1.3 million listing. He's got things going on with Litchfield. By the way, he might bring me a buyer for a property that we have. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to make something of it if I keep my own open mind. I would say this is a challenge to all of you. When you get somebody who doesn't vibe with you or doesn't have the energy you would expect, how will you handle that? Okay. How will you make sure? Because I feel like every time you residually talk about folks that way, it gets sticky. It's residual. You will have something stuck to you as a result of that. And so I would rather just say, hey, he's got other stuff going on. Oh, I'm getting a call. This is Ingrid. Hello. See?
Hello.
I get spammers all day. I answer my phone because I'm an agent. This is somebody talking to me about probably Medicaid or something else, and they don't realize I'm not 55. Like, I've gotten on some Medicaid thing. It's real. Like, I'm on a list of Medicaid. It's kind of funny. Hi, Sonia. I know you are on YouTube. Look, or Instagram. Looks like you came to YouTube. Amazing. We were putting all our notes in the Google Excel spreadsheet. Do you have access to I do, Darren. I've been pulling from there, and I put the notes in the CRM that I have, just so that it's easier for me to get access to look at it. Oh, Marcia is ready. Oh, Marcia. I'm excited about talking to Marcia. Okay. All right. I'll leave my notes for Ben in a moment. But I do need to send Ben. Hold on. Send Ben Litchfield flip info. I have a flip that didn't sell in Litchfield, so we took it off market, and we're trying to see, okay, can we come back to the market differently in April and see if it could be sold with just a different approach. So more staging, like marketing, other aspects of it more blaringly. For example, the solar is paid. So whoever buys it, there is no solar to pay to because those panels are already paid for. And I don't think we were as clear about that as we could have been. So like one of the things we're going to do is put like a picture that clearly indicates this solar is paid off. All right.
Hi, this is Marcia. Can I help you?
Hi, Marcia. This is Ingrid. How are you?
Oh, good. I'm so glad. I'm sorry I missed you. I have limited service where I live, and I didn't even see the call. So I just got a call from my sister, and I'm talking with her about a project. I just need like 5 minutes to wrap up with her. Can I call you back in 5 minutes?
Absolutely. No problem. I'm very excited to talk to you, so no worries, okay?
All right. Thanks
Cool.
so much.
Thanks. Bye-bye. All right. Darren, the Litchfield house is being sold for $525. We converted it from a 3.2 to a 4.2. It's 1 story. It has a family room and a living room area and a designated dining area. And we refinished the whole pool area and backyard. So all the pool resurfacing, I believe it's new pool equipment back there. We redid the shower in the primary bedroom. The other stuff was pretty, like, it was already in really great condition. So it was really a cosmetic flip. And we came back to market, like, just as market ran out. We had planned to get to market faster, but we were unable to. So as a result, we were kind of stuck with the property, if you will. So yeah, Darren, if you have that cousin, text me. I'm happy to see how we can make it work. Jeremy Demers, who's a really good friend of ours, can even do the financing, and we can see like what kind of incentives we can put in there for him if he's interested and if that's his price range. Again, it's a property in Wigwam North, which is like a really nice HOA in Litchfield Park. And it's literally a stone's throw away from Glendale Stadium. And then this house is in the, have you guys ever been to like an HOA where you have like the bigger houses are all together and then like the more mid-range houses are all together, and like that's kind of how they've all been separated? This house is in the more premium area of that subdivision. The way that this would be a great deal for someone like your cousin, because rates have gone down, we could help them buy their rate into probably the low 5s, maybe even better. Because I've seen even new builds offering like 4% right now, because they're buying the shit down of those rates, like genuinely. So we can contribute to do that. And then if there's no other realtors involved, and the fact that he has a VA loan because he doesn't have a down payment, we would pay all their closing costs. So we would help buy down the rate, pay all their closing costs. And so they would have an amazing mortgage package in order to buy that house. So again, it's a pretty sweet deal. I'm happy to send you the address if that helps. What would be the least amount down and what would be the realistic monthly mortgage payment? Would he be able to qualify somehow differently since he's military? Yes, he would be. I'm presuming that he would be eligible for a VA loan. VA loan would not require any down payment. I actually sold to a sub-2 member. We did a flip in Avondale, and I pre-sold that house before we were done flipping it. And we actually got their feedback about doing some of the things in the home, since they were a part of the flip, if you will. And what we did there is we paid all their closing costs because we didn't have an agent commission to pay. And I believe we helped buy down the rate some. So their mortgage payment was really reasonable. Now, as far as mortgage is concerned, I'm not a licensed lender, so I'm not giving like mortgage advice per se, but I know enough because I sell properties this way and I buy properties through mortgages. But let's say his full cost is $525. I have this really cool calculator. I think I paid $7 for that. I always keep on my phone. Let's say we were able to get him a 5.5 interest rate with the buy down. The PI for that, meaning the principal and interest, is $29.80. So a little bit less than $3,000. Taxes and insurance out in most parts of Arizona for that price point and less is probably around $300 to $400. So their monthly mortgage would be around $3,350, $3,400 approximately. So if that gives you any indication. So if we're paying their closing costs, like literally they would just be coming in and doing nothing. We fixed all the windows because some of the windows were failing. What else did we do in that house? We didn't do any of the flooring because the flooring was just newly redone by the seller. And it was all tile. So there was no sense, like they did actually a really good job at leveling it. So there's no reason for us to update it. Gotcha. Yeah, that's sort of the reality of mortgages right now. Even at a 5-something interest rate, they'd have to probably choose the no bank loan homes. And I think even those are all around that price. So I don't know what else to really provide back, Darren, because that's sort of the reality of this right now. I am going to be selling our townhome that hopefully we will be on market by end of next week. That's in Tempe for $350,000. And that we could kind of work through if that makes sense. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It does have 2-story. I don't know what his scenario is. $350 is way more economical. We might be able to work something out if we could do something off market there. Happy to kind of walk through what that could look like for them. But yeah, that it is what it is. All right, we're buying some time while we wait for Marcia to call us back. Yeah, so she's on the phone with her sister. We already called Ben, so we created some wiggle room in our calendar. Actually, let me go put notes for Ben. And actually the same property we would want. Oh, so I was saying residual, guys. Like, honestly, one of the beautiful things that I've learned through Matt Peckman, who is kind of helping with me with a lot of mindset stuff, is like, you should be untouchable. Like, and I'll be honest with you. Like, I had a blow up not too long ago. I was really upset about something. I'm not going to go into it, but because I was upset, like, and I feel like rightfully so, I didn't react in the way that I was in control. And by the way, I'm a mom. Do you know how many times my kids irritate me and I have to like blow up? Anyways, all to say is when you're in business, the person who can control their emotions and their reactions and how they do business, like that's who has longevity in this game. And so I would recommend that if you're talking to agents who are not their best selves sometimes when you're on the phone with them, that you always treat things with as much kindness as you can, because you don't know what they've been going through. Like, man, if I could tell you guys everything I've been going through recently, like my ex-stepdad, we finally were able to have him actually put in the fact that he's guilty over some of the things that he did to me as a young person. And that's like 30 something years coming, right? Like that took a long time. So when people go through that, they're in a very delicate state. And I would argue ever since that's happened, until I see some like actual definitive closure, which won't be until next month when all the sentencing is done, all the stuff is done. I feel like I'm still going to be a crybaby until then. So you've been warned. Anywho, let's see here. Oh, he's got 2 more years. Okay, good to know. Looks like not. Okay, I have my lender. Oh, let's call her. This is Pace, who is amazing. She's out of Texas. She's a lender. Thank you, Darren.
Hi, Ingrid.
Pace, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
Good. I'm saying your name right? Because I used to say
Yes.
Pisces, and somebody was like, no, it's Pace. And I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah, I think it's because Pace I think I told him once, but I never do them.
You never
so every
corrected.
time he's seeing me, he's like, that's Pisces.
By the way, I do want to tell you that you are live on YouTube with me.
I am?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, crazy. On the phone?
On the
Right
phone,
now?
like right now.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah. Yeah. So my world's been super crazy. And I just wanted to say thank you for just how patient you've been with me to get you the docs that you guys needed. Is there anything else that I need to give you?
Right now, no. I think we're just waiting for whatever the deal is with your seller so we can figure out COE.
Okay. So because it's a short sale, we've already, so we were supposed to close last month, and then we were supposed to close at the end of this month. And now I'm being told it might be mid-April. I may have another deal though. And I'm wondering, how do I work with you to give you that information?
Same thing. I can send you an email with the info we need. Some of the stuff will be repetitive because you already gave us like your experience and stuff. But the property information, rehab, those type of like how much rehab and stuff. And then we can start with a soft quote for you. And we'll just move on to the next one and hold this one until whatever happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So can I give you some background about what this new one is?
Yeah.
Okay. So this new one is a fix and flip that I technically already own half of.
Okay.
So I think it's considered a refinance. But what's happening is that we feel there might be a loss to take on another deal that we have. And so we're trying to divide and conquer. So I'm taking this one because there's still some upside. The other one, they're taking. And so I'm working with a new GC who gave me a more conservative estimate of what, and they're going to take it down to cost because these are really good friends of mine who are like, hey, we know we need to help you out on this. We'll just do it at cost. Because their goal is to do more flips with me and for us to build a relationship. And so I really, really appreciate them. I want to do more business with them. We've talked about doing a lot more more events for our Latino community out here and kind of building up some things that we want to do, including like, and here's why I'm giving you the context. He wants to build from ground up. So he wants to do full development. So because he wants to do full development, like we're actually looking for infill lots here in Arizona. I haven't talked about this publicly until I'm on the phone with you right now, but we're looking for land where we can build out more affordable housing, whether that's tiny homes or multifamily, regardless. That's our goal. And so part of that is, creating really strong relationships with lenders like yourself who can see a future with us. And so I'll send you what I have about this one. I know it's a little more difficult, but I am meeting with Michael Manatsakanian to see if there's another way to raise for it. So whatever you guys need to see, let me know. But at the end of the day, we need to put like 70 to 75K into the renovations, and then it'll be ready for market. And we're about 5 weeks out. So in 5 weeks, we should be able to go to market. And I don't know how well you know Arizona, because I know you're from Texas, but I think we have a similar market. In 5 weeks, that's when all the buyers are supposed to be out, right? Because our buying season starts April, May, while everybody's kind of getting out of school. Families are going to buy houses as their kids are finishing, so that then they can go into the new year with a new home and kind of like a set plan of what's happening. So this house would be a potential for a family home, because we converted it from a 3.2 to a 4.3. And then in the backyard, if let's say we might attract an investor, there's still room to do something like an ADU and get in more. But that's not our goal, but that's something I'm going to market out in case we can attract a family or an investor for this home. So anyway, I'm speaking to you this way because you know I'm live on YouTube and I want people to understand the context of the deal. So
yeah.
Is that a baby?
Yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, our goal is to have long-term relationship with all our borrowers.
Yeah.
So that's why, we want to keep the open communication with you and to keep,
No, trust me,
moving.
You guys I've been the pain in the ass. So I really, really appreciate your patience. You can see I get pulled in every which way to work with people like Pace. And so sometimes I really do need an assistant who really knows their shit, so that this stuff is easier to address, so that I'm not sitting behind my desk, but I'm just not there yet. I'm hoping to get there, but yeah.
I mean, Melissa and I is always like, oh my gosh, she's so busy. We'll leave her alone. Like, we feel bad even messaging you sometimes.
No, I understand. And I know you guys are just doing your job. I'm like, man, they must hate me. That's what I kept thinking. But anyway.
Oh, no, not at all. We know we can, we see you on Instagram. And so we're like, she's so busy.
Yeah.
But, as long as, we get the stuff and you keep us, in communication, what's going on, we're all good. And we love to build our long-term relationship with you.
I love it, Pace. Okay. So I will also tell Pace that he's saying your name wrong, and we'll fix that. Second, send me that email, because I just did all the things for you the other way. I'm happy to resend if a second profile, needs to be created. So
no, not at all. I think for that one, probably we'll just do like a bridge refi for you. I think that's what Melissa will probably end up doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You're gonna flip it, right? You're gonna just put it back right on the market.
Yes. The goal is to fix it in 5 weeks, put it back on the market and sell it. And then my plan B is I'll refinance it out if I have to. And I know that I would have to sink in some of my costs in there, right? I'm probably going to have to sink anywhere from $80,000 to $100,000 into the property. And then my goal, so that you can see that I've thought about this. I'm not like reacting, I'm planning. My goal is, if I have to refinance and keep it, that I can use that fractional app to see about any investor who wants to do any ground up ADU in the back and do a return, because it beats the 1% rule. It'll cost me like $75,000 to $125,000 to put an ADU back there. And it'll make $2,500 a month.
Oh, that's good. Well, if you can't find anyone from fractional, we do ground up for ADUs as well.
Oh, what?
Yes, we fund ground up ADUs as well. So.
Let's go. Okay.
and our rates are pretty good with you.
Your rates are fantastic. Okay, cool. So I'll let people, this is fantastic. See, I was like, you know what? I'm going to leverage this downtime between my calls, and I'm just going to do my business in front of everybody. So, okay, cool.
Yeah. So we would love to have you do ADU. So I think Melissa's going out there in May.
Yeah.
Maybe do a meetup there.
That would be fantastic. Oh my God. That would be awesome. Especially since we should be definitely done with the property by then. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think she would love to sponsor a meetup out there for you.
Yeah, let's go. Okay.
Yeah.
And now I'm getting excited. My daughter better not have a soccer tournament because like the two things that dictate my calendar are my daughter and my son. If they have theater stuff, if they have soccer stuff, those are my non-negotiables in my calendar. So anyway, okay.
Yeah, we understand because we have kids.
Yeah.
So
right. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So thank you for having me on the call.
Yeah, of course. I mean, honestly, like I said, you guys have been so patient with me. I would presume that you deserve to get some marketing here. And again, if any of you on YouTube land are thinking about doing construction or doing apparently ADU, go to fundmenationwide.com and then I'll connect you with amazing people like Pace. So for sure.
Okay. Awesome.
All right,
Thank
all
you.
right. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. Just sending her a hi, Pace. Thank you for taking my call, period. As I mentioned, they've moved the COE tentatively to middle of April, period. However, I have this other takeover flip in Phoenix that could close relatively fast, period. Let me know how we can work through that. Okay. All right. There you go. There you go. Okay. Who else do we have? All these people who aren't. Oh, did I leave my internal comments with Ben? No. Need to send Litchfield listing that Ingrid flipped. Yes, I am talking in the third person. To Ben to see if he has a buyer for that property. Okay. Seller wants 40% down for the luxury listing. Not a deal. Okay. Right on, right on. Off by my yob. Spanish for yob, for job. Thanks, ROI Architect. Okay, guys. Who else do we have here that we need to contact? Okay, we've talked. We're waiting for Marcia to call me back. She didn't call me while I was on the phone, did I? I may have like just. No, I didn't miss a call. But I did miss Trisha. Let's see if Trisha will answer. Trisha was the operating gal during No One Left Behind.
Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
So great. How about you?
Good, good. As you can see, I believe you saw me on the YouTubes.
Yes. Are you still on?
Yeah, I am still on, and you are now on.
Perfect.
I just turned you on, Trisha.
Thank you.
Sorry, 14-year-old joke. Okay, cool.
I love your jokes, Ingrid. I always, anyway, I do. I love them.
Fantastic. So, the reason I am calling, I'm trying to remember, it was because I'm starting to do all these calls and I'm trying my very best to leave notes. And then I just heard from Bobby where I was supposed to leave notes versus where I may have left notes. So anyways, I will try to do a debrief after I'm done and kind of go over, be like, okay, what needs a contract? What needs some follow-up?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And if some notes need to be transferred, I can help to facilitate that.
Okay, cool. I think what I may need is if we're still making more appointments for next week, is to have them set into the CRM calendar, because my behavior will just be log into the CRM, see what calls I have, make calls. My preference would be not to look at the spreadsheet, although I do have it up because if something got goofed up, it's easier for me to go to the spreadsheet, but that's like my fail safe versus my first point of approach.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Fantastic. Cool.
We'll get it arranged.
All right. You're the best.
You're the best.
Like,
I
you're the
was on earlier, but then I had to jump into some other meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And I have another meeting here shortly, but yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, Trisha.
And everybody needs to be to the meetup if they are here in Arizona.
Are you going to the meetup?
I will. Yes, I will be there for some of it.
Oh, fantastic. Some of it. Oh, you got to meet with your kids or something?
I do. Today's my son's actual birthday, and he is going to be here. He asked me to make him biscuits and gravy for dinner. So
wait, but you're the one who what? So I think we do birthdays all wrong. Yeah. Like, first of all, I have helped keep you alive for however long you were, but it's my uterus that gave you, right? I'm thinking about my kids saying you as my children.
Yes.
And I'm like, wait a second. I should be celebrated on your birthday.
Yes.
I'm just kidding.
I'm going to tell them that.
Yeah, for sure.
Mom needs a party.
That's right. Cool. Well, thank you, Trisha.
Thank you.
I love you. And
I love you too.
I'll see you tonight.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, Darren. Yes, I can give you that address. Again, guys, I'll be honest with a lot of you right now. A lot of flippers, including myself, are having to pivot. This market goofed up on us. Shit happens. And so those of us who can have to start making plans for what can be done to help rescue ourselves, right? And that's just what me and my partner are doing, to say, like, hey, how can we help ourselves through this? And how can, lovingly do all of that? So that's what we're trying to do. Divide and conquer and see how we can help ourselves out of this. Okay. Oops, let's see here. This is Ingrid.
Hey there, Ingrid. It's Marcia Karasek calling you back. That was very long 5 minutes.
Oh, that's okay. I work through a lot of coaching and education, and so I just spent some time doing that while I waited, and that's okay. I'm in the office all day until 3. Yeah, no worries.
My sister's a physician, and she's very busy, and she doesn't listen to me. I'm managing a construction project on this property that I manage for her, and all of a sudden we're having a full-on construction meeting. And it's been hard to nail her down, so I was like, okay, well, let's do this then. So anyway, I really enjoyed my interaction with Matt. I think
isn't he the kindest soul?
Yeah, I get like 10 calls a day on not 10. Some days I get some calls. But it's usually some person who I can barely understand. And so he was so articulate. I actually talked to him, and I was so glad I did, because having dealt with enough of these purchases, I'm sure, Ingrid, that each situation is difficult and particular, and people are more or less motivated. And the good thing in this project is I've done so much due diligence. And did he share with you the Google document that I had hyperlinked with the project overview?
He did not.
Well, you need that. He's a busy guy. Maybe he's not that great. Sorry.
No, he's such a kind guy.
Because that is something that we can look at together.
Yes.
And will save you so much time.
I love it. Okay.
Here we go. It's a Google Doc copy. Wait, tell me your phone number, because I don't have it saved.
It's 480 227 Yeah.
And then it's called Windsor Gardens Site Planning and Entitlements Project.
Okay. Luckily, I have a Mac. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so when you text me, I can click onto it over here. Cool. I'm going to open it up.
I did this because a friend of mine is an architect planner, and he came and looked at the project with me, and he said, why don't you just submit your site plan and get the pre-approvals and entitlements instead of just trying to do a lot split?
Mm-hmm.
Because first of all, it would add a lot of value. And second of all, the code, the value of the property actually kind of went up recently because used to be part of what's called a single family attached dwelling overlay district, but it then changed to what's called urban infill overlay district. And the urban infill code gives you a lot more density and a lot more flexibility with setbacks. And
are you talking about like now that Phoenix has relaxed on ADU requirements, the auxiliary dwelling units?
So that's a separate thing because
Oh,
that's also true, but this lot is zoned for multifamily. And basically, I had an infill development startup as an architect, and we were going to do some interesting infill buildings with cross-laminated timber panels, which is kind of a relatively new product, but and we were looking at manufacturing these panels in northern Arizona, and we were really focused on the manufacturing, but we wanted to do a first project, and it really was too big of a project to take on as a first project with someone you've never done a project with.
Yeah.
So I got some other investors involved for that manufacturing, and basically one of the investors said, this is fantastic. We don't need Marcia. Let's go.
What?
And so they took the IP and all my plans for that site, and he took the computer, and it was awful for like 2 years. Whatever. So I stepped away from it. I just made them. I own 359 East Windsor as a house that I bought when I got divorced to raise my kids. And then when the house next door came for sale and I had my startup, I was like, this is perfect. I have a line of credit from my sister for my startup. We buy the house with it, and the rent from that house will pay the note for my startup because we needed more money to do our startup than just buying a house, right? So then I had the two lots next to each other at the back. And then the front house at 363 being a rental, and they had just done so much work on that place. It had been owned by a bookkeeper. It wasn't lived in. It was used as an office, and it has a small basement where the hot water heater and air handler are. And you can see all the plumbing and all the electric from underneath the house, and then the ductwork for the air conditioning, which I actually just replaced the air conditioning, but and the hot water heater. But anyway, it's in good shape, and so I just did I put in like maybe 40 grand of new kitchen, opened up a wall, did a few things, put new fixtures, and I didn't do a whole lot because it's fine. It's like a really nice place. And I insulated the addition that had been put on in the 40s, and I just rented it out. I've never had a vacancy in that property.
Wow.
It is never. It's like maybe a few days. And even though my Airbnb calendar shows lots of times when it hasn't been, but I just been doing it. Not like I'll have my 1-to-1 calendar or whatever, like direct booking. But anyway, so then I still have this line of credit, but it was at
1.75, I think it says.
1.75 above LIBOR, so it was really good. But then once the interest rates went up, it's kind of like just barely breaking even.
Yeah.
Because it's an interest-only loan, and taxes and insurance, and I'm not there, so I have to pay people a lot more money to do stuff. Something goes wrong, when I live next door, I could just deal with it.
Yeah.
So, it's time to sell that. And so I went to list it. I started the lot split process. And then I found that in order to invoke, the urban infill overlay concept came in halfway through my lot split application, changed, but it was favorable. But the problem with City of Phoenix is you can't, even though urban infill district allows alley access and different widths of lots and all kinds of things, you can't use those entitlements unless you submit an entire site plan. In order to get a lot split done, I can't invoke the overlay unless I do all that. So I would have to apply for variances. And on the 2 lots with 2 variances, it was quite a big bill with the city. And so I thought, well, I might as well do the site plan then, even though I didn't really feel like doing that. So recently my architect friend said, look, I'll help you with that. My office will do it. And then when you sell, you just pay us. So that's, you know, he has a hugely good advantage with his team. He could do it for a fraction of what I would get charged if I went out on the open market. And so I thought, okay, I'll do that. And he got really busy with the project. So I started in on that. I have quite a bit of work done. It's not the most dense thing. I could do something a lot more dense. And then, but I haven't gone back to the city because whatever. I've just been in this construction project. So I'm still really motivated. So I had it listed, but I've had this before with large lot properties because I've done a couple of other lot splits. And you get it appraised, and then they give you like $10,000 extra for the large lot. Well, that large lot, I've done comps. Each of those lots can have 3 houses on them, 3 units plus more if you do that urban infill. And so they're worth like $200,000 each. And combined, the whole piece is half an acre combined. But I did the numbers. It doesn't make sense to tear the houses down because of the market value of the houses. And by the time you do that and redevelop the lot, you might as well have not torn them down. So I've gone around and around on this. But in the meantime, like I've been fine. I'm just holding the property, but I have other things I want to do, and it's not like making me any money. And it's time somebody just took this over. But I don't want to lose all the work and value that I put into it. And so really what I'm looking for, the best case scenario would be someone who wants to do the development plan and say, okay, I'll give you, for an entitled lot, I'll give you X, Y, and Z. And that would really motivate me to go to the city and finish the plan. But I also would work with whoever wants to do the development and see what do they want to do. Because I've already gotten started. I've already paid a bunch of fees to the city.
Yeah.
So there's different ways of doing it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. Well, first of all, thank you so much for giving me the context of what you've had to consider, right? Obviously, you made a really great choice of investing in Phoenix. It's people like you that have revitalized, the downtown area. So,
oh my gosh, I mean, I once had a subscription to a mapping utility called Land Vision, and I ran some queries on lots that were over, like if you're zoned R6, you need 6,000 square feet. So how many lots are zoned R6 that are 12,000 square feet? It was amazing how many properties are eligible for lot splits and redevelopment in the city of Phoenix, where you don't need any additional infrastructure. You can tap into existing water and sewer. And yet you have all these developer groups that are coming in and taking down entire blocks of houses and putting up huge multifamily or townhome projects. And they have huge expense to redo all of that, new sewer lines and water line sizing. And oh my God, it just goes on and on.
Yeah. And if they would have kept it smaller, it would have been a lot more efficient.
There's a sweet spot with input. But most developers don't want to do it because it's too much hassle. So my thought was, okay, let me make this as easy as possible and get the entitlements done.
Yeah.
And I've just been lazy, and I can do it.
Yeah.
I can totally get it done. But when you don't have a specific date, a budget, a time, an offer, a contract, it just keeps getting pushed. And so if we could work together get this sold to a developer and be able to give them their entitlements, then I think we could both do well and let the contractor developer group make their money on it.
Yeah.
And or I mean, I've got a startup. I'm doing industrial hemp structural hemp blocks out of Canada, where we're working with a bunch of farmers in Yuma and growing industrial hemp. And it's really interesting, and it's taken us a long time, but we're pretty close to that. So in probably a year, I probably would have hemp block, and then I could make an amazing project back there. But again, it's like, nah, I'm not going to do that right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to wait another year to develop this thing. I've been kind of holding out to say, well, because I don't want to do it unless I do it in a cool way. I don't want to just build some crappy thing back there. Somebody else can build their normal.
Sounds exciting. This is so interesting because I've worked with a developer investor out in Sedona, actually, which I hear that's kind of where,
that's
where you're at.
I live in Cornville, so not quite in Sedona.
Oh, Cornville. Okay,
if
okay.
If I say Cornville, nobody knows what you're talking about. So I can say Sedona.
Oh, no, I know Cornville. I did a flip up in Rimrock. And because I have a property in Sedona where we were staying sometimes, we would drive through Cornville to get to Rimrock. So, yeah, I totally know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm on Pace Springs Road.
Right on.
Which is really
yeah, which is somebody
okay.
just gifted me Page Springs wine the other day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't drink, but it was really nice. I am a licensed agent in Arizona though, and so I'm like, I told my husband, I go, let's just gift this, for a next deal or something like that. But, well, I have a couple of people. I'll be honest with you, I don't have a lot of development experience, but I have worked, like I was mentioning, in Sedona. What was it like? Gosh, 3 years ago now. There was a gal who was building 10 units, all 3-1 or 3-2 townhouses with at least a 1-car garage. And I don't know what she did to get all the people she was working with mad at her.
That was up here and down in Phoenix.
No, it was in Sedona over by Oak Creek.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what I did is I got a hold of my good friend Anthony, who knows everybody who develops in Arizona. And once he saw how fully entitled it was, and it had a lot of the permits that would soon expire if we didn't find a buyer ASAP, he was able to help me package that together. And we both made a really good penny from selling this nicely entitled, project to this developer. And I also have an amazing partner. His name is Dr. Noe. Dr. Noe is a chiropractor out here in Arizona. And one of the things that we've been talking about is doing some ground up construction. I literally just got off the phone with my lender. In fact, she's like, we can help you with that. Because what we want to do is do more affordable housing. And affordable housing, when people think about that, they think Section 8, which is not true.
I know all that is affordable. Not all about it, but I've been on that. And then, in fact, that's our target for this hemp block, is to partner with. We're just working through relationship with Chicago's Public Health or Habitat for Humanity.
Man, I know people in both those organizations.
Yeah, I do too, but it's been a couple of years since I've revisited those people.
Yeah.
And I was working through that with my former business partner, and that just was such a sour situation when he left that I didn't want to call on any of his contacts because I don't want to have to say anything. I don't want to be the one, well, what happened? I don't want to talk about it. It was like so gross what he did.
I understand that. Well,
I mean, this guy was like a PhD guy, architect guy, like former director of the Frank Lloyd Wright Foundation. I thought he was totally respectable, but it turned out he was spineless, and it was the other guy that was the bad guy. And I feel sorry for my former business partner.
Yeah,
because they never moved forward with anything, and they spent a lot of money on attorneys. Let's just say.
Yeah.
Anyway, but Chicago's Public Health and affordable housing is actually what I really think is needed there, like small units that people can buy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dr. Noe and I literally just had this conversation. I was like, how are we going to do ground up construction? And so maybe this is like, synchronicity working here. The fact that, you're now in my path, if you will, because Dr. Noe and I are finally working on projects together. And that's the goal. So what I would like to do is kind of review the plan that you sent me and be a bit more thoughtful about what we can offer or what creative way we can make this work so that, you know, we can get you the most possible through this. And I love the fact that you're open to seeing like maybe a somewhat of a partnership.
I could totally, like, for example, I mean, I could JV to a degree. Like, I could keep that 359 could be rented out while somebody's working on, like, you could have it under contract and we could have a target idea about it. But meantime, 359 could certainly be, I don't have a huge payment on that. I mean, it's not a big profit, but it's not like a huge loss all the time.
Yeah.
But just knowing that it was, you know, under contract and, you know, I don't have to, it's not open-ended and we're working together, it would just be a relief for me.
Yeah.
363, on the other hand, I'm really kind of, I want to, I'm not in a position to refinance it. I don't want to go through that, but line of credit, I'd like to, I have 442 that I owe on that. It shows free and clear at the county that I owe 442.
Yeah. You're trying to stabilize that at the end of the day.
I just like to, yeah, I'd like to sell that, and I'd like to redeploy my line of credit on another project that I have, and, you know, it's mostly tied up in that house.
Okay.
And so that's kind of driving my timeline. Like, let's just get this done already.
Yeah.
But you'll see when you go through that document I signed, it's all hyperlinked to everything. Like, I have already done, when I did there's solar on the roofs, by the way. So that, and they were at like 2% interest, so 2.5%. So they would convey, you know, they can just transfer that contract. It's a lease to own, like, no, it's a financed. So it's owned. But when I had the solar done, I incorporated into the tax credit expense. I did the underground of there was a really ugly pole in the yard. And so I undergrounded that and had APS put in a J box at the back. So the electric's already ready for development. I've already done the due diligence investigation on where you connect the sewer line. And at the end of the day, there are a couple of options that probably onto Windsor, even though the slope is a little bit challenging. You have to like either raise the structure. They should be like raised up a little bit, like have whatever's built should be up above the ground a little bit, like step up so that you could get the septic to work. Or you could do it into Virginia Circle, but then you're going on a public right of way and that's a lot harder. So, but anyway, it's a lot of that stuff's gotten figured out. And I've already had it surveyed where the lot is split exactly in half. And that's all done with all that paperwork. I don't have the meets and bounds done, but the guy will do it for me. Like, there's still like a thing where they have to submit, it's the city basically does a taking of land, dedication, we call it, on the, like, the part that's between the sidewalk and the road. So that dedication hasn't been filed yet. Because back in the day, that was a subdivision that was done in the 1920s. And so the city, it is a city right away, but it's not memorialized. So
yeah.
That's a good point.
Here's what I'm thinking, since 363 is really where you are, I'll say, is where it's what's limiting you right now. That maybe again, I got to go crunch some numbers, probably talk to my good friend Anthony, who does a lot of land development. But what I'm thinking is, I believe you had it on the market for 685. Right. If we can,
I was going to, I was basically saying that my bottom line number is I really would like to get 650 out of it, because I know the houses are worth like 5, and I know the lot in the back is good. I mean, I would probably put it on 5 something.
Yeah.
And the lot in the back is worth a couple hundred. So it was at a discounted rate.
So, but here's what I was thinking that we can do. Did you have it appraised at all?
No, I never did.
Okay. There is a method, but I think we just JV on both. But the JV on the 363 is, I am in a position to likely refinance that. And I'm going to say something that sounds silly because it's really a marketized term that my mentor uses. It's called the Morby method. I've actually deployed it twice to buy 2 properties. The
Mortgage method?
No, the Morby method, which is really silly. Okay. Yeah, it's a silly thing. But anyways, I have lenders that I can work with that will put a first position note to stabilize that 442, for example. And basically your seller financing the other piece so that then it would be, a seller equity injection in there.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. So if we can get a new note for 442 using like a DSCR note, for example, then in partnership, we can stabilize that secondary piece until we have the right play for what other development it might need. But at least it gets that off your shoulders and you can move on to do the things what you were expecting to do with your line of credit, right?
Right.
So that might be an approach we can take. I really do need to go through this with a little, a stronger review. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that's sort of what just popped in my brain right away because I've done it a couple of times with some sellers where they're like, look, I don't need all the cash right now. I just need to get rid of this, first position mortgage. Maybe it was too high. Maybe like they're just trying to move on. And so I have a property in Apache Junction where I put a first position mortgage. The seller held the second note because they were kind of going through some financial turmoil, to be honest with you. And so me buying them out on that first position was like exactly what they needed. And now I have an operator is in there with a assisted living business, and she's amazing, pays her rent on time every month, and we're all winning. So yeah.
Well, but the only thing with that is that I can't create a second note on the rear because it doesn't exist as a separate lot. So it's still this one big lot right now. And the other aspect I would say is that it's much more interesting for a developer or builder to have the 2 lots together than it is to have one.
Yeah.
And but the other advantage of keeping them as 2 separate parcels, 359 and 363, either as a whole parcel or as 2 rear lots, is that you could submit a development plan if is it 3 units or 4 units is the break point? Maybe if you just did 3 units on the rear, you don't have to go through the whole PUD, and you could design it so that you build and do on both lots at the same time, but it's still just one lot at a time. So technically, according to rules, you're not doing the planned unit development. Whether they would say that you are because you're doing actually 2 things next door to each other, so now you're doing 6 units.
Mm-hmm.
But really, you're just, you're submitting 2 separate building, permit plans to build 2 separate lots. And under their rules, you can do that with just a simple approach. You don't have to go through the city village approval process like you do if you're doing a larger development. You have to go through the village planning, and it's a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes it a simpler project, and that was really appealing to me. But it's also appealing to a developer to be able to do 2 of those at the same time for all the time, effort, energy it takes to build and do utilities and all that stuff. It just pencils much better.
Yeah.
If you can do 2.
Okay.
And so that's a consideration. And the other thing you can think about is that if I did have a serious JV partner in play, I would hustle on getting the site planning stuff done and probably leverage my architect friend to help me get that done.
Okay.
But I needed the motivation factor to do it because I've got so many things that I'm working on here. So.
Totally. And I feel like you're almost mentoring me through this too, especially as I'm going through wanting to understand ground up construction more. I've only done fix and flips, other than when we have had to add extra square footage. So we added extra square footage to a project we did in Flagstaff. Beautifully designed by my partner, Stephen Hunt. He has an excellent eye for design. I don't,
I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I have a good understanding about lot splits and all that planning. I'm a landscape architect by training, but what I didn't have was a construction team. I don't have that people to do that. I don't have all that. I don't have. I mean, I've done probably 7 projects when you slice and dice it. I just did it, learn as you go, make a lot of mistakes. I did my own owner contractor permits with the city and all that kind of stuff. I don't really want to do that. I want to do new construction up here with my fantastic new materials, and that's what I want to do. And I'll be really successful with that when it finally comes to fruition. And it's just a matter of time with structural hand blocks. You can build with structural hand blocks for less expensively than you can do thick frame in much faster time frame. And it's in the ASTM code. PEMP is in the International Building Code as an insulation material. The structural element is all engineered and it's on ASTM. And so I'm just trying to be patient with that. That's like very exciting to me. And also the quality of the material and the lack of toxicity, and it's fireproof and mold proof and all these wonderful aspects. And it just literally stacks up. There's no rebar, there's no concrete. It's totally green. And in the next couple of years, it will be locally grown in Arizona with the supply chain issues that you have everybody's experienced with traditional building methodologies just being eliminated. And so to me, that's like a super duper exciting goal that I want to focus on. And this project down in Phoenix is not going to be where I'm going to do it. And it's just a ball and chain around me. So to have, even though I'm going to give up some money, and that's fine, I would love to see someone develop that and make that project happen and take it off my plate.
Okay.
It's not properly timed and suited for me. And I just,
okay.
Please, let's work on this.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going
to dire financial straits. Like I can keep it going, but I'd rather not.
No,
I'd like to get this resolved in the next few months,
Yeah, I hear you. This isn't taking room in your bank. It's taking room in your headspace. So I understand that.
And I have certain aspects of the team that could be good, and you have certain aspects of the team that be good. And we don't have to go into get in bed together and be an LLC or anything.
No,
we can have some
a strong JV agreement should suffice. Okay, here's what I'm going to do to take the next steps. 2 people I'm going to contact that are in my Rolodex that are super trustworthy, and I feel I can get their opinion on the matter. My good friend Anthony Pappas, the guy who helped me with the Sedona deal out there. Literally, we thought we were going to sell it for 1.5, and then we ended up selling it for, I don't know, 1.7 something. I don't no.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, wait, I might be wrong. It was a $250,000 spread that we made. He took 100, I took 100, and I gave 50K to the person who brought me the deal. But it had a lot of opportunity from a development standpoint. Like, you're buying it in the low million, and I'm sure it's like way over 2 million worth now from what the dudes that bought it.
Things have gone crazy here.
Yeah. But what I want to do is get his perspective, because that's all he focuses on, and I know that he would.
He's a developer.
No, so he aspires to develop, I believe, but all he does is deal with land and land entitlements. So he can tell you exactly the land value for a developer, right? I believe he was building a 10 unit. I don't know where that went, but and I think it was in Phoenix. But I'll ask him about that too. But the
main thing that you want to point out to him is the language in the infill development overlay district. Because it doesn't, like, you can Google my house and go into the county and find out what the zoning is. But it doesn't tell you that it's in the infill overlay district unless you go and check, unless you know about that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I happen to have a friend who was a retired land planner. She worked for Larry Lazarus for years. And she's like, oh, check the overlay district. I was like, good idea. And so I've learned a lot from her too, but that's where the value is, because you can go up to 48 feet. It used to be, much lower than that, and you can do more density. And so if that's of interest, you kind of want to sell the front properties first, or figure out what you're going to do to make a big, it's not big, but I mean, still would be not the same as it is now, right? When
Right.
you take the house.
Right. Yeah.
So that's also like a delicate part of it.
Yep.
Of how do you could either incorporate those front two houses and have them be sold as part of the, like, not do a split, but just develop the whole lot.
Yeah. Do a 1-3.
turn it
So
into
like the front.
condos,
Yep.
Right. Like it's in condos and then the front property, but it's all done at the same time.
Yeah.
But the challenge with that I see is that, there's a holding cost
Yes.
to owning the whole property. Well, so if you can monetize at least the front portion, and that I, as the owner, could hold without cost the back portion, then, that's less money that you have to lay out. And, maybe there's some equity there already because you didn't have to buy it. But I would contribute that to the project. Something like that I could see working.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fantastic. I would love that. Okay. Super.
Take a look at the docs. It's Friday. Maybe we talk again on Monday, or you can call me sooner if you want.
Yeah.
I'm not, no pressure, but
cool.
Of course write me a check now.
That would be great. Yeah, I'm going to talk to Anthony, and then I'm going to talk to Dr. Noe, who has a perspective of, again, this lines up with what vision we had. So I'm curious what his perspective is and how quickly because he has he has the GC company. He would be the one I would develop with. So I would love to bring this to him to see what kind of perspective he has on it. And then we can just go from there. Okay.
Okay, that's really excellent. And I would also, the first thing that people say is, well, what about alley access? Yep, you got that.
Yep, I see it.
And you can see also, you might want to look, I haven't looked lately, but I think that the properties on the other side of the alley have just transacted. I'm willing to bet that there's some housing going in there, and the projects right across the street from the lots behind me on Virginia were developed by Native American Connections, which is a wonderful development group downtown. They made some affordable housing down there. They do beautiful projects. So, there's a lot of good things happening in that area, and it's only going nicer.
Yes.
Every year.
Yes.
And I had so many ASU people there where the professors, they walk to the light rail and they go to work or the law school or whatever. So it's like, it's in the transit oriented overlay district, which means it's within the half mile from
public transport,
light rail, which gives you parking concessions as well.
Yeah.
You don't have to the infill district thing also gives you much less stringent parking requirements. So there's all these things that are in favor of that kind of thing. It's not like your average infill lot, which by the time you figure out your parking and all the other setbacks, it's just hard to do it. Whereas this one, they're trying to support this type of stuff. So you've got, it's not as much resistance or friction as a normal lot would be because of the POD and the serving himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be the thing I would stress the most to him. And that, very good. I think you get it.
I got it. Now we just got to figure out what numbers make sense, and then I'll work my way backwards.
Yeah. And I think that if this is of interest to you, we'll just make a meeting. We'll meet and sit around a table with a nice large format printout of the survey and the aerial and the site and these things that I've already got, and kind of just talk it through, because it's important to understand context. And you can see just by looking at what's going on in the area down on 3rd Street in Windsor they're just about to come to market at 800 and something thousand. I know the developer on that. And that's taken a while, that project. And now they're into the block on 7th Street. Those are in the 700s, and they're they're selling. So it's pretty good
Comps.
precedent there.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds good. I have a lot of homework to do, and I really appreciate you taking the time to speak with me and kind of giving me your vision. Hopefully I can carry it forward. And yeah, just I need to talk to my trusted folks who've been really, really amazing to me and see how we can make this work.
Very good. Because also, if you're doing this kind of thing as a team, but it's your first time, your average infill wholesale opportunity to develop, you could totally do this. But I spent a lot of time. The links and the work that's in that file that I sent you represents untold hours of going to the city, getting the information, figuring out how it goes, it takes like 3 times of them telling you this is how you do it. And then you go, oh, I don't understand that, and go back. So all of that has some value.
Oh, of course.
And de-risking. It de-risks it to some extent that you wouldn't have on a normal offer. So I would hope that whatever numbers you can come up with will reflect that work that I've done.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Wonderful.
And that I would maybe continue to do as part of the project.
That would be so amazing. I mean, that's really what's calling to me here is like, how do we make this come to life for you? So it feels like there's like a real sense of closure.
I'd hate to I'd hate to give all that stuff for nothing. But the thing is that the rub is that if I get a site plan and I get that entitled, it does add a lot of value to the project, but it also might not be what that developer wants to do.
Yeah.
And so now is the perfect time, because maybe your partner, your office, or people you're talking about working with, they don't want to press it to the maximum. No, 3 houses is good. Or they're like, no, let's get this to be, we'll go through the whole process. We'll get 12 units there instead. And it'll be a rental, or it'll be condos, or whatever. I don't know what they like to do, but it depends on what their experience is. Oh no, we only do this, or I don't know. So, but the point is, you could tailor I would tailor an application, and I could work with my architect firm. They're out of Cleveland, and they could come up with the program, and I could submit that and shepherd that. But it would be much better if what I submitted was what your people wanted to do.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the perfect moment where I just been holding off for some reason, my intuition, I don't know, whatever. But anyway, here we are. Synchronicity.
Yes.
All right.
Wonderful.
I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Marcia. We'll talk soon.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Woo. As a direct to seller, guys, and like we talked about through the No One Left Behind challenge, those will always take a lot longer as you build rapport. And this is right in line with what me and Dr. Noe have been talking about. So I'm actually super excited to bring this to him. Now it's a matter of peeling back. Okay, what would the end vision look like? As a result, in today's market, what would that be worth? How long of the timeline would it take for us to get there to build like a small multifamily in those 2 back lots? And then as a result of that, what could we offer and essentially do what's called like a BRRRR method? In this scenario, you buy, usually you're flipping, you're renovating. So, but this one we would be constructioning. So I wonder if it'd be like BRRRR method, where you're buying with enough wiggle room at the very end that when we refinance and stabilize the debt, that one, we can provide affordable housing. So one thing that we would want to look into is what credits could be available for us dealing with the city, any grants or anything like that for us to build this out. She mentioned Chicanos por la Causa. One of my best friends, her dad actually helped run Chicanos por la Causa. So that's something else that I want to look into, because they could help us through the process. She also talked about Habitat for Humanity. So all really, really, really great stuff. Very exciting stuff. Long timelines, long timelines. So yeah, lots to look into just based on this one call. All right. I've missed a couple of calls taking that call, which it's okay. I am going to take the call that is supposed to be at 2:00 right now, and then we'll call back the other two that I missed. So let's see here. And I'm sorry for all the regional leader people. I'm supposed to do a sub 2 call, but this is kind of overlapping that right now. Remember, guys, 5:00 today in Scottsdale. Get your tushes out to that if you haven't signed up yet. Let's see, do I have?
Hi. Emily is currently unavailable. Please leave a message.
Oh, hang on. Which property ID? Question mark. Hi, Valentina. I have somebody asking me about a property on the no bank loan homes. Let's go. All right. Let's see here. Call again, because I just realized I only dialed once. Emily, that's so pretty.
Hello, this is Emily.
Hi, Emily. This is Ingrid Hernandez.
How are you?
Hi, good. I believe we had a call at 2, but maybe you're busy.
I'm not sure. Did we?
Yeah, let me see. One of my team members scheduled this call with you. If you're not available, I think I hear people. I'm totally okay with calling later.
Yeah. Can you call me like in 30 minutes? Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll try.
Have another call.
No, I think I'm free in 30 minutes.
Okay.
I'll call you
Or
back.
If not, just after 2:30 anytime.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, cool.
Alrighty.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
I could hear that she had like clients with her or something, so I didn't want to push too hard there. I want to be respectful. Okay. What's up, Bull Shark? What's up? Where is my Eventbrite? My goodness, I can't find it. Could one of you post it on YouTube? I can't find it quickly. Anyways, okay. So that was Emily. I need to call her back. She writes her name really pretty. It's not common that I see this. Okay, so let's see if we can resuscitate any of the calls I didn't make because we took a really long call, and that's all right. Let's work our way backwards and call Lee. Let's see. The 140. There we go. And then I might have to take a short bio break soon. Just saying.
Hello, this is Lee.
Hi, Lee. This is Ingrid Hernandez. I'm calling you a little bit later than I meant to. I'm sorry I got caught up in a call.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. Oh, it says you might not be free until 2 p.m. anyway, so maybe this works better. You spoke with Gonzalo about a property you have in Cave Creek and how you might consider a seller carry.
Well, it's a listing that I have, and I know the seller would be willing to do a seller carry.
Oh, okay, cool. Do you know if they own it free and clear?
They do.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, okay, cool. This is great. It's how I've built up my portfolio, to be frank.
Okay.
Fantastic. And then do you know if there's any particular amount that they would look for if like as a down payment, especially if I can offer full price?
I know her terms would be 50% down, and then she would do a 5-year carry with a balloon payment.
Okay. Okay. Do you know what rents would be for that house?
Well, it's a unique property because it's a horse property, so it does have the ability to be a boarding facility. There's another one next door, and the boarding facilities generate about $800 per stall, and this property has 24 stalls on it.
Wow.
It's 2.5 acres. So it's kind of a unique situation. You know, it has a lot of opportunity to be an income potential for someone who is like a horse property person.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm also an agent, although I take a investor first approach.
Okay.
I've been doing these buyer showcases for when I sell properties on seller carry, especially if I'm taking over like a really great note. So like, for example, I have some properties that the interest rates are in the 3s and the 4s.
Got it.
And so I did this showcase where I had buyers come and I showed them how they can buy property. And I had a guy who was like, "Do you have horse property?" Like, and I said, "I do." But the one that I sent him to only had 7 stalls, and that was not appealing to him. But you saying 24 stalls, oh my goodness! I think I might be able to make something work here.
Do you have the address? I sent it to him as a link.
Is this the one on 53rd? 53rd Street?
53rd.
Okay, perfect. Okay, cool. I'm going to run some numbers on this for sure then and see if maybe we can work something out. Do you know if they would be willing to subordinate if I was to get some financing for that down payment?
I doubt it.
You doubt it? Okay.
Yeah,
well,
I doubt it.
I'll talk to these buyers. They're
she's
pretty
savvy, so she doesn't. I don't think she'd ever want to be in second position on anything she owns, but she would consider a seller carry. So
yeah. Well, if anything, I'll just put my best foot forward, even if it's not 50%, and then she can, say yay or nay. Like nothing's lost. So okay.
Yeah, exactly. No, that sounds great.
Okay, and then just so you know, we do have a website where we put properties that with this sort of arrangement, where we actually like to just hand off the underlying interest rate that's on a house if somebody's willing to do something like a sub 2. But what I'll do, if you're up for it, I'll send you a link of where we have these houses. But if you're up for it too, we do these showcases where we love to have agents bring their buyers, and we can kind of show them how we will work to help them finance their down payment if they want to get into homes, especially if you're dealing with any like business owners like myself that have a hard time qualifying for loans, or like ITIN workers. Sometimes they can't qualify, but they can own. So we work with them as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's fine. No worries. But just shoot me an email and then we'll stay in touch.
Okay. Fantastic. I appreciate you and look forward to doing more business with you.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Lee. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, she was rushing me a little and I wanted to respect that. So this is great. She's a great contact. And I'm not lying when I talk to you about this horse property. I just got to remember who was in one of our showcases who really wanted to consider an offer or wanted to consider in a horse property. So fantastic. Wow. Guys, is the conversations I'm having super technical and really difficult? Like, seriously, you guys could create a whole business really, really fast by taking the time to make your money-making calls. That's all this is. Okay. Brian said he'll be there at our event today. Perfect. Fantastic. I wonder if my Instagram has stopped. I don't know. Maybe. Okay. We have just a couple more calls. I can't believe we've gone through the day. This happened really fast. I actually really like this because I feel like I'm under pressure to get it done. You know what I mean? Okay, I didn't get a chance to call Doreen. Let's see here. The funny part is that this does send them a call. So I'm really, really surprised that I didn't get calls back. Like people calling me like, hey, we had an appointment at 1:20.
Hello, this is Doreen Chenrowski, your real estate agent in Jeffrey, Arizona. Your call is brief.
Oh, she's in a meeting. Please text me. Hi, Doreen. I am so sorry that I did not call you in time, period. We had a meeting at 1:20 and I had a seller I was working with where our appointment took longer than expected, period. Please let me know when we could work out a better time. I was calling about your property in Levine. Okay. Yeah. I've called all my calls. Hey-o. Okay, let me make sure that I also left good notes on all my stuff because I'm certain that I haven't. So I'm going to leave good notes. I want you guys to tell me, what did you learn today? What do you think you're ready to go rock and roll with? What questions do you have outstanding? Seller in Phoenix. Cool. And yeah, that's it, guys. Like my next calls are on Monday. Was this helpful for me to call these agents in front of all of you? I could do this on Monday too, but I don't want to do it if it wasn't helpful. Awesome conversation, says Ellie. Buyer showcase, how to get a house without a bank loan. That's right. That's tonight at Spaces at the Galleria starting at 5 p.m. Be there or be squared. Fantastic call. Thank you, Manzo. I really appreciate the compliments. Okay. Yes, yes, and yes. I assume that, yes, you'd like for me to go live on Monday. Happy to do so. I don't think it'll be as long because it looks like Monday right now, my appointments are from, let's see, what's bad boy? From 11:30-ish? No, 11:20 to 2 o'clock. So that's a nice little bundle right there. So not as long. I don't have to like do a lot of tinkle dance like I do right now. I'll keep watching for them. Okay, cool. It's always helpful. What time on Monday? I'll probably jump on around 11 and then finish like at 2:30 on Monday. So welcome aboard. Come to my YouTube channel though. You can follow me on Instagram. That's where I'll post like, hey, I'm going live, this, that, and the other. And then kind of help you redirect over here to YouTube. Both are very, very helpful platforms to kind of get in contact with all of you. I also have a channel, which I didn't post today, but I should have, on Instagram. It's called Ingrid's Insights. I post on there to remind you guys, hey, I'm about to go live on YouTube, especially doing the podcasts on Wednesdays at 1 o'clock Arizona time. But yes, Monday we will start at 11 a.m. Where was the two lots next to each other? What city? It was here in Arizona. And Darren, I don't want to put too much information out. You can text me and we can talk through that. My call at 2:30. Well, here's the thing, Abe. I definitely want to call her, but I really have to pee. And since my calls are supposed to have been done about right now, based on what I have on my calendar, I figured that's the one call I will take after this. So, oh, wait, you're talking about Rachel. I do have a call with Rachel at 2:30. All right. If I leave the screen and go potty and come back, will you guys still be here? My bathroom is right there, but let me see. I'm gonna boil like this. BRB going potty. Okay, cool. I will just go potty, call Rachel, call Emily. Hang on. Did you guys hear me tinkle? I mean, my bathroom's not too far away from here, but whew, okay. Sense of relief. Hey, Abe, if I've called Rachel early, would that be okay? Do you think it'll be okay? I mean, I'm only 15 minutes early. I don't remember if she was one of the ones where you're like, had a lot of back and forth where there might have been not a lot of time. No answer. Right? Wait, hold on. Which one was this one? I'm trying to also leave my notes because then how mean of me. Yeah, I left VM. Actually, left a text. I asked to text around Levine property. Okay. Left notes there. The other one was Lee. I did talk to her. Worth sending an offer, even though it's not going to meet her seller's requirements. Let's see here. You know, I actually picked up a really great tidbit from Pace on that one, which I don't think I've been leveraging well enough, to be frank. But where he's like almost like plotting with the agent, right? Where you're like, look, your seller's not going to accept this. I'm going to send it anyway because I want you to be armed with something to help show them what the market is bearing. They're not going to accept my offer, but at least you have something to come back with. And again, in this market, it's really helpful to come back with something like that. So Myron, I'm going to tell him, we need to go for the no and send a seller finance offer. I am going to present the 24 stall home to a sub-2 student who was looking for a horse boarding house. I do think he can put a sizable down payment if he has sold his business up north by now. I got to remember what the guy's name was, which was a little bit difficult. Maybe just write the word horse. He was one of our buyers who came to our showcase and damn it, why can't I remember what his name was? Oh, first of all, might have another horse property coming up. Period. Pricier though. I'm already plotting with people I know who asked me about horses. Why can't I remember my guy? Shoot. I wish my memory was a whole lot better because I texted back and forth with this guy. Oh, might have been Brandon. I think his name was Brandon. Let's call him.
Hello?
Hi, Brandon.
Hi, Ingrid. How are you?
I'm peachy. How are you?
I'm doing good. Were your ears ringing or something?
For real?
That is so strange. I was literally gonna call you here at least the next day or two. I'm working out some details with an agent right now, but crazy that you're calling me. How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, I just got off the phone with somebody who has a really nice property, and I don't want to overpromise, but they have a horse property with 24 stalls.
Oh my, interesting. Where at?
In Cave Creek.
Oh, amazing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's interesting because the one I found, it was in Prescott Valley, has 15 stalls, but obviously Phoenix would be great. Anywhere in the Phoenix, towards the Phoenix area. So
That's right. That way you can come and hang out.
That's right. Are you? I saw your Eddie's post. Are you guys are coming to the meetup tonight?
I am. Mm-hmm.
All right. I will be coming from up north, so I might be a couple minutes after 5, but I'm going to be there tonight. So do you want to talk about it tonight?
Yeah, that'd be great. Just so you know, we're live on Instagram, not Instagram, maybe Instagram and YouTube. Because I was like, I know a buyer for this.
Yes.
What I want to understand though, because I also, I'm trying to make sure things are still relatively aligned with sort of what price points you're searching for. Now, here's why I don't want to overpromise. She's like, this person is savvy. I don't know if they'll just accept whatever. And I'm like, well, I'll go for the no and I'll still send you an offer. So that's why I was saying I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, right? But I want to understand like where your down payment is, and we don't talk about it right now because I told you I'm putting you on the spot. But I also know you said you were selling your business up north, so I didn't know where things were there too.
Yeah. Where I'm at, we're on sheetrock, and then we have our final inspection for our C of O, for our certificate of occupancy. And then we'll be available for the people that we've been in talks with here for the past 6 months about moving into the space. I was looking forward to maybe utilizing some of the programs that you and Pace were talking about, just to kind of go full in on showing people the possibilities of purchasing a home with 0 down, even if that means a higher monthly. I did want to I'd love to do that if possible, but if we want to wait till the sale, then that's a perfect option as well.
I think it all just depends on how much you want the property that is up for opportunity, right? What we could do is just do a delayed down payment where, hey, once you close, you're going to have X amount of dollars and you can earmark that to this purchase. So we could probably work something out that way. And see if they'll bite, yes, it is a down payment, but nothing says your down payment has to be right away. It could be a delayed down payment.
Right. Right. That's true. Yeah. It is with that many stalls. I could justify quite a bit. So, right in the Cave Creek area, stalls run anywhere from $400 to $550.
Oh, she just told me 800.
Oh, yeah. Depending on the amenities, if they have arenas and everything, or some RV spots that we could park up where they could board their horses. That's a big thing in the community. So,
yeah, this is almost 2.5 acres.
2.5. Okay. Okay. What are they asking? What's that?
Well, close to 1.6.
1.6. Okay. Mortgage on it?
No, it's free and clear.
Free and clear, full seller finance. Okay.
They're unreasonable for their requests, but I figure if I can go in and submit an offer, almost like your agent, that we could do one of two things: is do like a lease option until you have your funds, right? That way you're not, it's more economical for you for the time being. And then when your funds are available, then convert it into a seller finance transaction.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. And you would do the negotiation with the seller. That'd be great.
Yeah, but the agent is the one that's listed it. But yeah.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Gotcha. And if there's no wiggle room within this one, the other one that I found, it's 5 acres, and would there be a potential to bring on the same assistance as far as, you know, negotiating the situation, I guess, the whole purchase within that, because they're willing to seller finance as well.
Yeah, let's do it. I'd be happy to be essentially your agent.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Well, I will see you tonight. Thank you for calling me.
Perfect. Thanks, Brandon.
Have a good day.
Okay, bye. Well, there we go. There we go. Right on. Okay. So Instagram is being removed because it cannot take all the hours that I put on it. All good. All good. So we're still on Facebook. We're still on YouTube and Twitch. Yep. I am on Twitch, y'all. Okay. Brandon Gomez might be up. I also have another guy who is a business owner who's looking for a house like this. He was looking for it in the East Valley, so Cave Creek may not work, but you never know. You just got to present it to people and see how it goes. Hello, Abu Kanara. He said hello. So, okay, who else did we not call? Let's see. I know Abe is itching for. Oh, well, we're at 2:30. We can call Rachel now. We'll call Emily after that, and then we'll call it a day. I need to take a shower. Okay. Oh, I had an agent texting me about something. It is empty. Oh, vacant. When were you thinking of walking it? See, the buyers are starting to open up. It's getting to buyer season now. So 480. Okay. Calling for Abe, I believe.
Hello, this is Rachel.
Hi, Rachel. This is Ingrid. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, thank you. I believe Abe wanted us to talk today about a property you have that potentially could go for creative. Do you still have some time?
Yes. I had told him though that property we would not be able to do a subject to. They need the funds from that.
Got it. And what is the funds that they need?
They're looking to take all the cash out of it. They own the property outright.
Oh. Gotcha. It's a free and clear property. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's some siblings that own it. The mother had passed, and so they're separating and taking their cut. Just a heads up, I'm driving through the mountains, so I might lose you. If I do, I can call you back here.
Oh, no worries. You're just trying to make me jealous that you're in the mountains and I'm in my front of my office. No problem.
Oh, no. Are you in the valley?
I'm just kidding. Yes, and I'm in Chandler.
Oh, nice. I live in Buckeye. I was in Queen Creek this week, so I'm making the drive back across during rush hour. So don't be jealous of me.
Oh, those mountains. Okay. In my head, I was like, she's in the White Mountains. Okay, cool. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Those are still very beautiful mountains, like the Estrellas and stuff out there, for sure. And I think I've lost her. Yeah. I'm going to message her and say, Rachel, I want you to drive safely. Looks like I did lose you to the mountains, period. No problem, period. Let's connect, though, period. I have a showcase tonight for buyers and agents about how we sell houses on seller finance. In case you were available, period. I will send you the invite, whether it's tonight or one of our other upcoming showcases, comma, I would love to connect. There we go. And then she will hopefully connect again. She seems really nice. That's what's nice about this business, is dealing with nice people. Right. Okay. Thank you, Abe. She's nice. Let's see if we're on my phone correctly. All right, guys. I think we're... Oh, we got to call Emily back. She said 2:30. I'm not going to try to rush her. She said she lives in Buckeye. That's good to know, actually, because do you know how hard, like, it to get to Buckeye nowadays is so hard. There's so much going on over there. Sellers do not want to carry the note on Buckeye home. Sent an invite to the buyer showcase. Agent lives in Buckeye and could be a source of non-qualified buyers. Okay. Super duper. Got that one in. Let's see here. Emily. I'm so happy to see a video. I'm listening to you. So you discussing about what? Okay. Thank you, Ingrid. She's super nice and open to learning about creative finance. Yeah. Let's see if maybe she's willing to go to the showcase tonight if she's not already busy. So let's see. ¿Quién sabe? All right. All right. This is Valentina. A buyer's agent wanting to walk one of our no bank loan homes that's vacant, but I have to coordinate that with the seller. So waiting on that. Goodness, guys, I have so much to debrief about. Like tomorrow, I have to walk a property in Chandler. At 11:15, but I should leave my house at well, it's literally 2 minutes away from my house. But I don't like being late. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I'm taking notes, guys, while you're watching me work. Sorry about that. Just is what it is, so that I don't forget to do the things I said I was going to commit to doing. Here we go. Okay. All right. That's on that. And then at 12, leave for Waddell. Meet Lucky. So my friend Lucky, hopefully I'll be back, I don't know, by 4. I gotta leave by 12. We have a meeting with the seller in Surprise. I get a lot of these texts. This is from True Connect. Can I send you buyers and sellers? No, thank you. SDOP. Stop. Okay, guys. All right. LOL. You're on crypto. That's funny. Land contract, Mike. Do you work with large multi-unit complexes? Yes, future me is going to work with large multi-unit complexes. So I have a really great friend that I met through Owners Club. His name is Doron. Doron is a developer and deals with large multifamily units. He's actually been asking me if I come across a 75 unit or higher to bring it to him and see how we can work together, because he's an excellent operator. So if you have something, absolutely. I also have another amazing guy who is an operator out of Arizona. His name is Adam. Adam actually manages a fund and has asked me to also bring him opportunities. So the answer is yes. If you have opportunities like that, just send them to info@Total House Offer. That is where you should send your deals. And I would be happy to see what we can do together for sure. All right. Are you preferring the new model of agent outreach or preferring DTS approach for larger spreads? Well, the frank answer to that is that I only did direct to seller for a really short amount of time. And I feel like the new direct to seller model is PPC and PPL because texting and calling are a little bit dead in my humble opinion in terms of return on time. And attracting your sellers versus going after them is a much more preferred and conducive way. Now, if you're a brand new person, you have to up your skill game. There's no way that you can go and do what you have to do the way like that with that approach. Like that's just the real of it. So anyway, you have to go and door knock. You have to go and be somebody's assistant on their team and make appointments or take those cold calls or sharpen your skills to be able to talk to sellers because it's a whole different ballgame than when you're talking to agents. I prefer the agent outreach model because I am an agent. It puts me on a level playing field with them. So I have instant credibility. And then from a cost perspective, it's just a lot easier to enter that arena because those agents are motivated by their commission that they're making. And that is what will get them to talk to you much faster. Sure, 90% of them are going to be super nice and maybe 10% aren't, and that'll be the tough go. But shoot, talk to sellers, and a lot more of them are going to be mean and not nice to you versus what an agent experience looks like. So that's my professional perspective. Claudio, you've been in this game in terms of wholesaling much longer than I have. I've dabbled because I was dabbling while I was flipping, and I was really way more focused on flipping and buying rentals, although I didn't buy as many rentals as I should have. So my experience was like I joined Sub2 January of 2021. I spent way too much time learning instead of taking action. That's my one regret that year. But who knows? Things, God's plan works in his ways, not my ways. And I could have bought a lot more rentals though, because 2021 was the heyday of buying rentals. And so now things are a little bit harder to cash flow. That's all right. You got to go find amazing deals still. There's still great deals out there, but I was flipping and I did well flipping. So now with the market contracting a little, at least in our market until rates get better, hopefully there'll be a couple of notches going down sooner rather than later. Because of that, I am pivoting back to wholesaling, and I still feel like I'm really good at it. It's just I didn't dedicate my time to it. So it is what it is. That's the game. You got to be able to pivot. Manzo, yes, thank you. I have 7 of them, and one is a mobile home park. Just being transparent, I'm not familiar, so I haven't done underwriting on them. That's okay, Manzo. I will work with you. We can hit up on a Zoom. I have a really, really great friend who helps me with underwriting. He's basically on my team to underwrite these bigger deals, and we could all do it together. So if you want, just email me And then if you can, in that email, say, hey, Ingrid, you offered up to put a Zoom together with me, you, and Josh. Josh will, I'll coordinate a call with Josh, and then we can underwrite them. Just make sure you're pulling as much information as you can from the sellers or the brokers. I'm not sure where you're getting your leads from, but part of that is going in there and getting all the financial statements the last 3 years is really critical, because it's from a mobile home park, you're really buying a business versus like a single family home where you can do different things with it, if you will. But and from a multifamily perspective, same thing, you're buying a business. So if you can get the last 3 years financials, that would be the best thing to do, so that we can rightfully underwrite. And we're talking about T12s. So the trailing 12 months of financials, what their taxes look like for the last 3 years, if there's value add needed, like what deferred maintenance might be. So if they have roofs that need replacing, HVACs that need replacing, windows that need replacing, like what's it needed, so that we can work through that. Those are things that we'll require. Let's see. You missed a really good rental today, $30,000 for a mobile 3-1 completely updated. Ooh, that sinks. That's okay. Be a backup. You never know. Yes, can't wait to do deals with you. I would love that, Leroy. Oh, Rachel's calling back. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Ingrid. Sorry I missed or lost you there in the mountains.
That's okay. I figured since you're driving, I didn't want to put pressure on you. I did send you a link for an event that I'm throwing tonight in Scottsdale to talk to agents and buyers about houses that we sell on creative terms, especially since a lot of our houses are, 3, 4, 5% interest rate, and it's already built in. So if you have any buyers that you deal with that are like I-10 buyers, or any business owners that only do 1099s, and then they can't prove that they have a lot of income because it would cost them dearly on the tax side, So yeah, do you ever deal with buyers like that?
Thankfully, I mean, we have a few different lenders that can, do, bank statements only, or just working off a 1099. So thankfully we can usually come up with some type of resolution for them. But yeah, I know that does come up.
Okay. Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah, I was just curious. Tell me a little bit more about kind of you and your background.
Ooh, I love this question. I have been in Arizona since I was 10. Maybe that's too far back. I have had my real estate license since 2013. And in 2020, I've always had my real estate license on the side, but in 2020, because I was working a corporate job, I laid off people that I didn't think deserved to be laid off. And my husband and I were like, okay, I think this is our oh shit moment. We should probably think about stabilizing ourselves a little, and what could we do to do that? And in our heads, because we come from real estate, having had my license and he has his license, I was like, let's go buy some rentals. Let's see how we can make that work. Unfortunately, I didn't know a lot about the amazing DSCR loans out there, and it made me work harder to find something. And then I found creative financing. So seller financing, subject to, all the wraparound, stuff, lease options, all those things. And so I joined a mentorship back in January of 2021, and we've built up our portfolio to have 10 properties in it since then. Even though the market's like, oh, it's too hard to buy. Well, we just bought creatively for the most part. And then recently, because we deal with a lot of investors, people are getting, I'll call it quote unquote deals under contract, right? But those deals are not penciling out for investors like myself. But because I'm agent minded, I'm like, well, these are still pretty good figures for somebody who wants to just move their family in. Why don't we create a program where people can move their family in? I'll still charge a very reasonable fee that's very typical of like a commission fee, but it would be a wholesale fee, and be able to still put a buyer through a review of their income, make sure that they have verifiable income. But as long as they have an I-10, As long as they have verifiable income, we don't really care about their credit score per se, you know, then we'll marry them up to these deals and have them like take over these outstanding interest rates that even though, and my husband now is also a lender, like their rates that we're offering for the most part are not available in this market right now. I have a couple that are like 3.5% interest rate, right? It's like, you can't get that in this market right now. So yeah, that's kind of my background, what I've been focusing on. I normally leave my traditional buyers and sellers to my husband to take care of, unless they speak Spanish. And then I take care of them because I speak Spanish. So yeah. Yeah. How about you?
Oh, well, I have not been in the Valley as long as you have, but almost 20 years this year. But yeah, I got into real estate actually almost 3 years ago now. So I was in hospitality. I was a general manager for a couple hotels in Goodyear and had a midlife crisis during the pandemic and was like, this is not worth it.
We both did. We both had a midlife crisis. Yes, yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just like, I just need to change. I need to worry about myself and my family instead of, 70 other people and what's going on with them and why they can't come to work. But
yeah.
So yes, I got into real estate and I've been with Corinne's team for, that whole time and just learned a lot. And I mean, especially to kind of what the options are. Obviously, not everyone fits into a typical buy box and, what a lender's looking for. So I can appreciate, being creative when it's necessary and kind of figuring things out. So we actually have our first investment property. We picked it up last year and we're actually just wrapping it up this month. So we'll get a tenant in there. So I'm excited about that. So good to know that you've got some options in terms of, looking forward for other opportunities.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And I love that you live in Buckeye because I live in Chandler. I could be like, Rachel, I got an opportunity out there. Let's work together and don't make me drive out to Buckeye. Yeah. Yeah.
For sure. So are you still doing a lot of production as an agent or you're just mostly working on the financing side of things?
Mostly on the financing side of things. I leave the production stuff to my husband. So we work with several investors in the state of Arizona, and then obviously some repeat business, right? Or like referral business, which we still love. We still will work with. Money is money, right? Like we're not going to leave that out to hang. So, but like, for example, if I had a referral out in Buckeye, I value my time a little bit more. I'd have been like, hey, Rachel, will you do it for 30%? Something like that. But yeah. But yeah, I don't focus too much on the production side, more on the investment side. But because we only offer 1% plus 500 admin for investors, we do have some repeat business on that side.
Okay, cool. I'll definitely keep my queue. I've got the listings that I have right now. Everybody's, making a move somewhere where they need to take the funds from that. But, if anybody is open to doing creative financing, I'll definitely Oopsie, did I lose you?
No, I'm listening.
Oh, sorry, I had another Korean in, but no, but I'll keep you guys in mind too and see if there's an opportunity out to one of your events too in Scottsdale.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, subscribe to the host who's my business partner. And every time we have an event, you'll be notified of it. So perfect. And we're going to try to have them regularly. We have a huge event next week in Texas. So I don't suspect we will have another one for 2 or 3 weeks. But we're trying to have them regularly, and one to show agents what we're doing, and then the other so that buyers can understand how we're helping them too. So
for sure. What's the name of your company?
My name is Total House Offer.
Total House Offer. Okay, got it. Cool. Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. Well, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for connecting, kind of sharing a little bit, and maybe we can work together in the future here.
Yeah, I would love that. Thank you, Rachel. Have a good one.
Thank you. Awesome.
Okay.
You too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Super. She was so sweet. My goodness. Okay. There you go, guys. All right. Emily. We said we were going to call it. Did we call Emily? I said I wasn't going to rush it. Oh my gosh. I do need to go take a shower. Did I call her again? No. I called her at 2. I'll just tell her, hey, I didn't want to rush you.
Hello, this is Emily.
Hi, Emily. It's Ingrid calling back.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. I know it sounded like you were with folks. I didn't want to rush you.
Yeah, they had a 4:00 appointment. They show up early, and I forgot about that we had a call. So I'm like, yeah, go ahead and come in, and then you called me, and I'm like, oh my god.
Good for you, though. That means you have, traction and momentum going on. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
By the way, I really like the way you spell your name. I was like, that's interesting. That looks really pretty. Emely?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's like the Latin version.
The Latin version. Okay. So my name is Ingrid, and everybody's always like, where did that Y come from? I'm like, you don't know. Latinos, they put a Y in everything. Like it comes out of nowhere. I'm like, that Y will get you. So I don't know. Anyway. Cool. So the reason for my call is I think one of my team members reached out to you about a property that you have listed that maybe isn't moving. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe they asked me about 236.
Yeah, the one in Buckeye. Yeah. So much like me, I actually had a property that sat there for quite some time, and we ended up just taking it off market. We're like, let's come back to when we know that the buyers will be back. Is that sort of what you're experiencing a little?
Yeah, the tenants, there's tenants in there.
Yes.
And the tenants were wanting to buy the property as well. So it was just, I guess conflict of interest because they didn't want anybody to be seeing the property. So
Of
they
course.
would make it difficult because they wanted to buy it.
Are they
So
still there?
they're still there. I actually served them with a 30-day notice, but they ended up, my client ended up letting them stay. So they're still there, and they said that they were going to cooperate. So we're going to be relisting probably.
Okay. Well, why not sell it to them creatively?
I did get an offer like that previously, and they said no because they had to pay out somebody else. So they wanted the full amount.
Got it. Do you know how much they needed to pay somebody out?
I guess it was like half of it.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a good chunk.
It's like 200,000. Yeah.
Okay. So 200,000. Okay. Trying to bring up the property right now, but my monsoon is taking forever.
So I had it listed for 450.
Okay. 450. In Buckeye, huh? Let's see how.
Yeah.
What's the
It's
square
a
footage?
10,000 square foot lot, 3-car garage.
Oh, it's one of those nice ones. Okay. I had an ugly one in Buckeye. It took a while.
It's the only community north of the freeway. So it's a really nice community.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fantastic. Okay. Okay. Interesting.
It's not remodeled though. So that's the thing that I've told my client that's why, it's taken a little bit longer. That in combination with the tenant. So.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Well, I definitely want to give you the opportunity to bring this back to market. If you guys struggle, because I do things creatively, I'm happy to see how maybe I can still make it work with the tenants if the tenants would consider wanting to buy it. Because the seller could carry a portion of it and not all of it. And that will allow them to go get a loan so that the seller can still get the number they're looking for. I've done that with a couple of my houses where the seller finances me the down payment. But I was still able to give them a sizable amount because I just went and got a new loan. And so one of them I got 80% and the other, well, actually both I got 80% of the loan, and then they seller financed me the 20%.
Okay.
Just something to think about in case it gets a little bit tough. I don't want to sugarcoat things for you. Buckeye is a rough market right now. Even the most beautiful stuff. Like I have a friend also in Litchfield selling a luxury property, totally worth the luxuriness that it has. And it's still really hard to move because the market's just being the market right now. So Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I would love to introduce myself a little bit more to you. I do a lot of things creative financing wise, and because of it, I serve a lot of the Latino market as a result. As you know, a lot of folks in this arena don't trust banks. They'll put money aside and then they'll go and have a strong down payment. But if they have to do like a bank statement loan or an ITIN loan, a lot of times they're being asked to bring like 20% down. Because of what I do in the creative finance space, I get deals where there's like an interest rate of like 3, 4, or 5%. And instead of tacking onto it, what we do is we just make sure that the buyer has verifiable income and we just pass it along. So we just take kind of like a wholesale fee for structuring that deal together, and we don't tack any more on there. Now, the only time we would tack anything on is if we are financing any of the down payment, or if we do like a lease option, because then we have to take down the property ourselves. But that is what we are actually teaching agents and buyers in our showcases. I would love to send you an invite, and whether you're available to go to our next one or maybe the next one after, which is we're having one tonight, and I think we might have another one in 2 or 3 weeks where we teach agents and buyers how they can buy this way. I'd be happy to kind of get to know you more and see how we might be able to do some business together.
Yeah, I think I met you at Avila's office, Gabby and Janet. I've been there with Coffee for Closers.
Yes, Gabby and Janet. I freaking love those girls. And Dorali?
Yes. So I've been in their office before, and I think you were doing a class because I'm at EXP as well, so I do go to like each other's events.
Yeah. You're one of them smart agents. Okay, cool. I love that. Oh, well, that's freaking awesome. Okay. I don't know. I don't have you saved in my phone. I'm so sorry. Cool. Well, now I have your number.
I'll save you right now.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you might have trouble selling right now that maybe we could do something with it?
Not right at this moment.
Okay. And I'm sure you're selling your ugly houses to the Avila sisters, since they're just amazing designers. So
I don't have that many wholesale properties, and I'm actually trying to buy myself. So I'm in the process of like refinancing one of my properties because I've done a few flips, but I want to get more into it. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in all of that.
Okay, cool. Well, we're having an event tonight in Scottsdale. It's probably too short notice. I actually need to go and take a shower before I head over there and stink in front of everybody. But that's awesome. So I will send you the Eventbrite. If you just subscribe to it, then you'll see when our new ones are coming along. And then I know that we're moving into a new platform, but I'll send you my existing domain where we have some of the properties available. And even in, if you come across a property that they might consider it, we could do like an option contract. So that allows us to market, which is kind of like a novation, so that we can put it on our website. We'll work with you. Like we'll have like soft terms in place. And when we have a buyer, we can just close it up. I have somebody right now headed over to Maricopa. I have 2 buyers headed to Maricopa because we have several really great City of Maricopa deals on that website. I don't know if you have any buyers out there where they're like, yeah, I only want to pay $2,000 a month for mortgage. And so we have a couple of those right now.
Okay. Yeah. Send me over your platform so I can take a look.
Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you so much, Emily. We'll definitely be seeing each other soon enough.
Okay. Sounds
Cool.
good. Thank you.
Have a good one. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's why you got to always be nice, y'all. She knew who I was already. That's so cool. That pretty name of hers. All right. She goes to Coffee is for Closers with the Avila sisters, who are freaking a force to be reckoned with. They are such amazing, amazing people. That's so funny. I'm not sure what Drew wants to talk about. Anyways, okay, guys, we are going to wrap this bad boy up. I hope you guys took away a whole lot. Christian, do I invest in other markets? I'm willing to invest in other markets for large multifamily. Single family, not necessarily. Let's see. Sean, I'm going to be attending these events in person in 3 months. That's right. Oh, Sean, I'm going to go pick up your keys tomorrow. I really haven't had a chance to go to Waddell because it's about a little bit over an hour away from my home. So I'm going tomorrow, by the way. So we're going to go pick up the keys, make sure everything is on the right degrees. So, all right. Thank you, Matt. Such a great connection with Marcy. I hope that we can make Marcia make something work there. So thank you guys so much for being here all day. Please don't forget to like or subscribe my YouTube channel. Follow me on Instagram. I would love to do deals with you guys. Make sure, how can I get the dates for your future buyer showcase? Well, if you go to the Eventbrite right now, let me see if I can find it. I did ask if somebody could share it, but maybe that was too much of a big of an ask. Hold on. Let's see. I've shared it with somebody recently. I got to go find it. Okay. First of all, if you have a buyer, make sure they're submitting this and putting you down as a referrer. That's the first things first. Okay. So if you're on YouTube or if you're on Twitch, that's for buyers. Okay. And then let me see who I shared this. I got to go back to that in a second. It was wonderful to speak with you. I look forward to reconnecting. Let's see here. Pace, my sister. Guys, can you have WhatsApp on your desktop? Because can't find this. Okay. Ugh. Oh, here we go. I know I for sure sent it to Pace. There's the buyer showcase. Copy. All right. So there you go, Rocky. That is the link for today's event. Subscribe to them. I think it's, the Sub 2 crew or New Reach. I don't remember. And you'll know when future events come up. So that way you're staying on top of it. Alrighty. So everyone, thank you so much for coming online and watching me do my agent outreach. Hopefully you got a lot from this. I really appreciate your questions, your attention. And this helps me sharpen my tools, guys. I haven't been this person in a really long time because I was busy being a buyer. Although I would help on occasion close some deals outside of being a flipper. So, all right. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. For those of you coming tonight, we'll see you there at 5. I got to hurry up because I got to leave here in an hour. And see you guys later. Bye-bye.